Estamos en vivo y en directo, damas y caballeros. Bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente día. Hoy es miércoles, es mitad de semana. Este viernes en Estados Unidos es el 4 de julio, es nuestro día de la independencia. Y vamos a celebrarlo para que sepan, no abren los bancos, no puedes tradear acciones, no puedes hacer nada. Cripto siempre está abierto, entonces el casino siempre está abierto. Dependiendo de la discusión que tengamos, vamos a ver si vamos a hacer casino el viernes, porque si todo está cerrado, más allá de cripto, ¿cuál sería el punto? Pero podemos también modificarlo y ver qué hacemos, solamente para que lo sepan. Bienvenidos a este en vivo de la mañana. Ya saben que siempre antes de ir al casino y empezar a darles todos los trades que estamos viendo en este momento, me gusta platicar de bastantes tonterías, como siempre. Es como si ustedes fueran parte de mi familia y tuvieran que escuchar todas mis pendejadas. Así que gracias por hacerlo, tíos. Gracias. Muy buenos días, Oigan, vamos a platicar rápido y me duele, y de verdad me duele en los huevos tener que mencionar esto de Elon Musk y Donald Trump peleándose, ¿ok? Quiero que sepan, para todos los que quieren solamente un resultado rápido, es pura mamada. Tienes que ser una tortuga que todavía está en el feto, que todavía es un feto dentro del huevo que no ha nacido y tiene retraso mental. Tienes que creer en el mago más grande del mundo, tienes que creer en Santa Claus, tienes que creer en las cosas. Es ridículo, señores. Es ridículo que crean de verdad que Elon Musk y Donald Trump están peleados y que estas palabras que se están dando, porque Donald Trump dijo, lo vamos a deportar, va a ser muy malo para él, no le va a gustar, pero se va a ir del país, no va a tener de otra, se lo van a tener que chingar en Sudáfrica, es de ahí donde es ese Elon Musk. Bueno, Elon Musk está, según él, defendiendo, no, es que no quiero que Estados Unidos, no quiero que Estados Unidos se vaya a la deuda, se vaya a colapso, ¿no? Que se vaya a bancarrota por toda la deuda que tenemos. En lo que ayer platicamos, para todos ustedes que no entiendan el problema de deuda de Estados Unidos, está arreglado. Vean el video de ayer. De verdad, uno de los mejores videos, en mi opinión, que hemos hecho en un rato. Pero no, eso no es un problema, de verdad. En mi opinión, aquí hay varias cosas pasando al mismo tiempo, ¿ok? Les voy a dar un poco de por qué por qué sé que esto es mamada. Uno, si estas amenazas de ida y vuelta fueran de verdad, Donald Trump tiene el poder absoluto de poder decirle a Tesla, tío, se acabó tus pruebitas de FSD, te vas a relajar a tu casa y nos vamos. De ahí, quitarle contratos del espacio y todo esto, no lo ha hecho para nada. Y también, del otro lado, Elon Musk. Me estás diciendo que Donald Trump se pendejeó a Elon Musk. Una vez más, no importa lo que crean de cada quien. ¿Alguien aquí cree que de verdad Elon Musk fue pendejeado por Donald Trump para que hiciera todo esto y después tirarlo a la basura? Pacos. Son una decepción. Oigan, hoy salieron los números de empleo del ADP, que es el sector privado de empleo en Estados Unidos. Estaban esperando, ¿cuánto era? Lo tenía en mi X, lo acabo de publicar por tonto. Ya saben que tengo que compartir todas mis estupideces en X. Estaban esperando crear 98,000 nuevos trabajos en el sector privado y acabaron creando menos 33,000. Por cierto, esto va un poco en línea lo que les he estado diciendo. Por supuesto que va con mi tesis de que vamos a empezar a ver el tercer cuarto estos empleos caer, pero esto todavía no es parte de la carne de lo que estoy hablando. Entonces, ni aunque vaya por mi lado, lo veo como un dato positivo o negativo, no va a tener repercusiones. Recuerden, ahorita, ¿cuál es la narrativa para todo el mundo? Van a continuar expandiendo la deuda. Nadie quiere comprar la deuda de Estados Unidos. Va a haber hiperinflación en Estados Unidos. Básicamente se va a convertir en Venezuela. Vamos a perder el valor del dólar. Estamos apoyando todo esto en Bitcoin para que lo tengan presente. Otra cosa que me llama la atención de todo esto, de estas peleas entre Elon y Trump, es la tabla. En el en vivo de ayer les enseñé cómo mi estimada y queridísima Ursula von der Leyen, una de las mejores personas en el planeta, Ursula von der Leyen, la que es como la presidenta de Europa, si lo quieren ver así, ¿no? Para todos los tontos como yo. Yo sé que no es la presidenta de Europa, Alejandro. No digas tonterías. Bueno, pero en este caso, para mí, es como la presidenta de Europa, cuando salió en marzo a decirle a todos ustedes, ahí les va, se los voy a poner acá por si no vieron ese en vivo, rápidamente el euro contra el dólar, es extraordinario, lo voy a poner en la mensual, vamos a ser chiquito. Ursula von der Leyen, damas y caballeros, salió el 3 de marzo, 2 de marzo, a decirle a todo el mundo que iba a imprimir 800,000 millones de euros. ¿Cuándo fue eso? Marzo, aquí estamos, febrero, marzo, justamente en esta zona, donde ella te dijo, el euro se va a ir al pito, ve lo que ha hecho el euro. Solamente ha tenido un movimiento de, ¿cuánto? De 13%, 14% casi. Nada mal diría yo, bien hecho, Ursula von der Leyen, ¿no? Ahora, ¿por qué les enseño eso si estoy hablando de Elon Musk y de Tesla? Cabrones, tienen que ser dementidos. ¿Dónde se pelean Elon Musk y Donald Trump? Aquí. ¿Dónde se pelean Elon Musk y Donald Trump? Aquí. Y la acción continúa subiendo. Regresaron hoy los números de ventas de Tesla. Están a la par de las estimaciones, literalmente por 500 coches fallaron. Tienen además lo del FSD rolando. Tienen todas estas cosas. Están haciendo que todo el mundo venda su Tesla, lo que me hace todavía más alcista en ello. De nuevo, no voy a agregar a mi posición. Idealmente estoy esperando que pase lo que creo que va a pasar, pero no tiene sentido alguno. Todo el mundo diciendo, no, es que Elon se está peleando con Trump y que la acción de Tesla baje. No tiene nada de real y es desesperante verlo porque de verdad le están quitando su dinero a toda la gente. Es una mamada. Y al mismo tiempo, también, no sé si se han fijado, tenemos al CEO de Ford, a Peter Griffin, saliendo a contarle a todo el mundo que Waymo es lo que van a usar y que es la tecnología del futuro. Al mismo tiempo que todo esto está pasando, a nadie más le suena que es lo mismo que les hicieron con Ursula von der Leyen diciendo que iba a imprimir 800,000 millones de euros antes de que el euro diera un disparón a la alza. Esta pelea de Elon Musk y Donald Trump sirve varias cosas. Recuerden, Elon Musk es el personaje bueno de toda la historia, ¿no? Entonces, siempre tiene que tener ese como llevarse esa imagen. Y cuando se juntó con Donald Trump, lo pudieron atacar de la misma forma, una buena separación, eso limpia la imagen de Elon, ahora todo el mundo lo ve como, en verdad, a él sí le importa a Estados Unidos y no a Donald Trump. Y ahora él está platicando, esto podría ser también, que les vaya a sacar esto, él está platicando de que va a crear un nuevo partido político que le sirva a todo el mundo, porque Estados Unidos solamente tiene un partido político, entonces hay que crear un tercero que definitivamente no va a ser de Estados Unidos. Va a ser independiente, va a ser independiente. Y muy probablemente, y mi tirada ahí, yo creo que lo que va a hacer es poner, va a intentar meter AI de alguna forma, inteligencia artificial, para gobernar. Eso es, me suena, me huele, se siente presente en todos lados, en todos lados. Así que no hay tanto show el día de hoy. Vamos a tener una semana lenta para los que no sepan, porque cuando cierras el mercado el viernes, o el lunes, cuando tienes una semana corta, el volumen es muy pequeño, pero eso también puede dar movimientos bastante potentes si es que alguien está haciéndole bid a algo, y yo pondría bastante atención en eso. Vamos a continuar monitoreando todo el mercado en estos momentos. Por supuesto, ahorita lo vamos a hacer con Alex y con Farhan para poder darnos una excelente idea de qué es lo que está pasando y vamos a darle para adelante. Pero para todos los que se perdieron el video de ayer, nos están vendiendo a todos que es el fin del dólar. Tal cual como Ursula von der Leyen dijo que iba a imprimir 800,000 millones de euros, bla, 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 y el euro subió de valor en contra del dólar, que no tiene sentido alguno, porque ellos aparte bajaron tipos, el dólar está pagando mejor rentabilidad. Aquí están haciendo un poco de lo mismo con el dólar, que de nuevo ha sido mi tesis todo este tiempo y continúa para adelante. Se los digo por si se perdieron el en vivo de ayer, bastante sencillo. Estados Unidos acaba de encontrar una solución para todo su problema de deuda. ¿Quién va a comprar la deuda de Estados Unidos? Es un gran problema. Dios mío, es lo que leo en todos lados. ¿Quién la va a comprar, Alejandro? Los países están comprando oro. Están comprando oro. Y además están soldando al dólar. Nadie quiere comprar el dólar porque están imprimiendo como locos. Vi el Big Beautiful Bill. Es más impresión como loca. ¿Quién va a detener esto? Las monedas estables. Las monedas estables es la que van a detener todo ese show, ¿ok? Las monedas estables pasando el Genius Act. Esto es ley, efectivamente. Esto ya no es especulación del tío Salo. Efectivamente, lo que están haciendo es, si quieres, eres un banco como JP Morgan que tiene 2 trillones de depósitos de todos sus usuarios o cualquier otro banco en Estados Unidos combinados que combinan 18 trillones en depósitos. Cuando ustedes cambien sus depósitos a monedas estables de su propio banco, que probablemente va a pasar a través del tiempo, no va a ser de un golpe porque eso sería una mamada. Eso va a ser colateralizado con deuda ya emitida. No están creando nueva deuda para crear estos USDTs o lo que quieras, ¿no? Están literalmente agarrando colateral que ya existe, lo están comprando y metiendo ahí. Y los bancos lo tienen que comprar por adelantado. ¿Por qué hemos visto intereses altos en todo este tiempo? Porque los bancos, que son, una vez más, los dueños de la Reserva Federal, por más que te diga toda la gente bien educadita y botónica, la Reserva Federal es una entidad independiente, Alejandro, ni siquiera tiene que ver con el gobierno. Si te das cuenta, Donald Trump les está gritando todo el tiempo y le está diciendo a Jerome Powell que lo va a despedir, por lo que hay una rivalidad real. No has aprendido nada todavía lo que acabamos de ver de la Ursula von der Leyen y lo que está haciendo Trump con Elon Musk, aparte de la gente. No, no, ok, bueno, está bien. Entonces tiene razón, todo esto es pura locura. Pero sí, efectivamente. Y no nada más los bancos, recuerden, empresas como Amazon, Meta, X y todas estas empresas gigantescas que también tienen la habilidad de crear sus propias monedas estables para transaccionar dentro de sus plataformas, y es lo que van a hacer todas, también pueden hacer colateral, quiere decir comprar esta deuda que está flotando en el mercado, y esto literalmente soluciona el problema del que todo el mundo está llorando como loco, pero lo que están efectivamente haciendo es ofreciendo un mejor retorno a todas estas empresas que estén comprando estos bonos ahorita en este momento, y es por eso que has visto los bonos hacer altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, por más que continúen haciendo bajos más altos en esta mini tendencia, vamos a caer para abajo naturalmente sin que la Reserva Federal tenga que bajar intereses, aunque por supuesto para el show van a tener que salir y decir, vamos a bajar los tipos, vamos a bajarlos, no habrá duda alguna, lo vamos a hacer, es por esto que está bajando, no porque simplemente se solucionó el problema de la deuda, pero ahí lo tienen, no hay nueva emisión por cada una de estas monedas, la deuda es comprada, toda la liquidez flotante de esta deuda que existe, que nadie se quiere llevar, que está en todos lados, Amazon, todos ellos la están comprando a estos niveles altos para que tengan un excelente retorno y con eso tengan dinero extra solamente por ese delicioso arbitraje. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Aquí lo tengo. Vamos a empezar con esta cosa. El casino del tío Saro, ya saben, vamos a analizar todos los precios de absolutamente todo lo que nos digan con Farhan y Alex. Y para toda la gente que siempre me pregunta, oye, Salu, ¿cómo puedo tomar la mayor ventaja de esto? Porque mucha gente quiere aprender, pero también no saben cómo aprender esto y lo entiendo. Suena bastante complejo. Cuando ven estos en vivos y si no entienden lo que estamos hablando cuando estamos acá es porque no hablas el lenguaje de trading. Es como cuando quieres ser ingeniero pero no entiendes una verga de los términos que están usando. Lo que hacemos, tenemos un curso súper pendejo, no les quiero vender el curso, pero si no lo entienden, es el curso más básico para aprender. Se llama De Cero a Trader, cuesta $29.99, no me voy a hacer rico con él, pero no lo doy gratis porque entonces no creerías que la información tiene valor. Yo odio eso, pero oye, me haces cobrarte, brother, me voy a hacer millonario vendiendo 100 cursitos de $29.99. Ojo, ojo, me voy a comprar un nuevo Rolls Royce. La mejor forma de hacer esto es compra el curso, $29.99, velos en vivos y si vas a llegar a un punto donde entiendes todo lo que decimos o habrá partes donde estés confundido, ahí te recomendaría ir a la parte donde puedes tener sesiones en vivo con nosotros porque tenemos 2 clases al mes y ahí nos puedes preguntar lo que sea para pulir lo que necesites. Todo esto es la cosa más barata del mundo y tradear con nosotros es gratis, todo eso. Así que no buscamos más que puedas aprender de la forma más eficiente y en mi opinión es la forma más eficiente porque una vez que aprendes el lingo, el cómo hablamos entre todos nosotros, como los ingenieros, como la gente de computación, como la gente de inteligencia artificial, una vez que entiendes eso, puedes ir a cualquier otro sitio de gente que te caiga mucho mejor y que tengan muchos mejores resultados que el tío Salo y aprender de ellos también, pero ya con una base bastante sólida y eso te va a ayudar siempre en tus inversiones y también en trading, aunque trading es mucho más complejo que las inversiones. Las inversiones son la cosa más pendeja del mundo una vez que haces trading de futuros. Con eso dicho y hecho, también si ya saben hacer trading y quieren apoyarse en nuestra comunidad, vengan y cáiganos también por acá. Estamos en el Lead Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Es absolutamente gratis. Lo pueden ver acá. Todos los menús son del lado izquierdo. Aquí está en la descripción de abajo. Aquí están los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, por supuesto. Tenemos el chat general aquí donde todo el mundo viene y comparte ideas y se mentan la madre si quieren diferentes. No, no es cierto. Pero siempre es bueno poder ver qué es lo que otra gente está pensando, porque igual y se te está yendo algo, ¿no? Como esa deuda de Estados Unidos que nos tiene atrapados a todos. También tenemos Criptolingo acá para todos ustedes, los que necesiten que escuchen algo que no entienden, aquí está. Obviamente, si es más allá de entender la abreviación, se diría, vean el curso, pero cada quien haga de su vida un papalote. Siempre se lo saltan, cabrones, siempre se lo saltan. No mames, vientos. Vengan a compartir también sus P&Ls con nosotros. ¿Cómo de que no? A ver cómo van. Tomatito, por supuesto, bienvenido. Solamente un short de 500X donde se llevó 238%. Ya sé cómo haces esos shorts, Tomatito. Ya lo he estado haciendo. Ya entiendo perfecto cómo usar. Uf, nada mal. Un 160X por un 727%, tío, bien hecho. Nada mal. Ahí van estos perros. Uf, 200, 421%. Ese güey sí es mío. Siempre lo digo, pero es cierto. Vientos, un 45% con un 100X. Lo mejor es siempre les decimos, por favor, no se apalanquen hasta el culo. ¿Cómo de que no? Nos vamos a apalancar hasta la madre. Vengan también si quieren aprender. Ah, no, déjenme regreso aquí rápido, porque acá también tenemos en la parte de abajo, está la manera más sencilla de poder participar y ganarte casi hasta, vengan por acá, tenemos en total 60,000 USDT en esta competencia de trading. Quedan 13 días y 2 horas y solamente hay 38 güeyes participando. No entiendo cómo no todo el mundo está brincando en ello. Denme un segundo, no cambió la página. No entiendo cómo no todo el mundo está brincando en esto. Esto es un torneo de trading que tenemos en BTCC. Literalmente faltan 13 días, 2 horas, $60,000 en USDT en premios y solamente hay 38 participantes. ¿Qué otra cosa tiene mejores chances a que ganes esto? No entiendo, de verdad. Es una locura. Y aquí abajo te explica cómo vamos a repartir los premios, ¿ok? Ahí lo tienes. También si quieren aprender a tradear y usar estos exchanges para participar en eso, aunque, bueno, pues es gratis de todas maneras, da igual, solamente pon poco dinero. Caigan a nuestro sitio web, pícanle en tutos, le picas en cómo tradear en Bluffing, que es nuestro exchange de criptomonedas también, de futuros. En 5 minutos este videíto gratis, completamente gratis. ¿Están viendo esto? ¿Sí o no? Sí. ¿Ok? Ves este video y al final le picas acá, vas a Bluffing, abres tu cuenta y vámonos para afuera. Estás listo y estás tradeando mucho antes de lo que te imaginas. Así que, sin más ni más, damas y caballeros, vámonos. Aquí tengo al buen Alex, al buen Farhan, aunque no sé dónde está Alex, pero aquí tengo a Farhan. Vamos a empezar con esto. Denle pues, señor
Buenos
Farhan.
días, muchachos. How you guys doing?
Good, how are you? There you
Not so well, to be honest. Not so well. Little bad. I'm not gonna go into details. Just, I'm just gonna say girlfriend. That's it.
Oh, I see. I see.
But
I
quite
see.
bad.
I see. I see.
Actually, I'm doing quite bad.
Well,
But on
hopefully.
the bright side, first day we woke up in our new condo. So
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
It's not too bad. I'm pretty happy.
Are the cats freaking out?
No, they're actually pretty happy.
They are? Normally,
Yeah.
when I
very curious.
Oh, that's amazing. Normally, when I take the dogs or Tata to a new place, at first they're like they're skating on ice or something. And then it takes like 20 days for them to get used to it all the time. So I'm glad that they're used to it right now. Good for you.
We love this place so far.
Good. And the internet seems good, so I don't want to jinx it. So
Well, I'm not on. There's no Wi-Fi here yet. I'm on my phone hotspot, so a little bit through, I might have some issues. I'm gonna have to switch connection.
Let's fucking hope you don't, Farhan. Okay, let's fucking hope you don't.
Because Verizon, although I pay for unlimited data and they tell me it's unlimited data,
it's not.
Halfway through, it's not unlimited. It cuts off
those
high-speed data.
Yeah, those fucking bastards. They know what they're doing. First, shall we look at the Bitcoin?
Let's look at the Bitcoin.
That Elon Musk, where I'm going to deport him. I'm going to send him back to Africa. He's from Africa, right?
But he's also really great guy. He's gonna do well. He's gonna do well. I don't know that he's gonna do very
Oh, I am loving the saga.
'Cause he
And I
knows there's
love,
a
by the
certain-
way, can I say something? Every time they get into a fight, Tesla drops, people sell their Tesla, and he just goes higher. It's fucking amazing that no one has
It's
caught
like-
up to that either.
It's like
amazing.
Bitcoin on war dumps. Basically
Yeah.
that now.
It's
It's like
awesome.
a mind blowing or mind numbing easy long.
Yeah. Who's gonna send their chart, sirs?
I got it.
There you go. Let me remove this,
Oops.
add this, put that. Let's go.
Nice, cool. Yeah, last night our AC wasn't working, just our luck. So the AC repair guys are fixing
nothing
right
worse.
now.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I
right,
woke
it's
up covered in sweat.
That's how I wake up every night, but it's just because I eat terrible things.
Oh,
When I eat ice cream, dude, I sweat like as if I was in the middle of a fucking tropical island at
Are you
130
lactose
degree
intolerant?
weather. Nope, it's just too many calories for what I'm used to.
I see.
Yeah. Ice cream's really hard for the stomach, actually. It sits in your gut for like days.
Ice cream is one of
Trust
my
me.
favorite foods. So
Me too, which is the fucking problem. I get stoned at night and then bam, all the ice cream goes away.
I love the coldness of it.
Me too.
And then I like to eat the ice cream as cold as it gets, so you can chew on it. My brother is a fucking weirdo, and he puts it in the microwave.
Yep, that's a weirdo.
Yeah, just a bit. So yesterday was a fun day for us. We were able to capitalize on the downside move on Bitcoin. This is important because, we had the bias that when we were up towards that 108, 107 region, essentially up here, we were always being cautious. Being cautious up here makes absolute sense. There's no reason to be extremely bullish here until what? Well, until you actually get back above that 109.3, the previous breakdown zone. Simply on the 12-hour, you can see here, bulls needed this to be a bull flag. It ended up breaking down, losing support. Just this one candle losing 109.3 led to this major move down. Major move, right, relative to the range, but still 6% moves, definitely not bad in 2 days. It's very important to understand that this is resistance until proven otherwise. We've seen this play out exactly like the same way we saw here back in the beginning of this year, or in June, right? June, July, or I guess, just June. Yeah, June. Right here in May. You simply were holding support. Bulls needed this to become a bull flag, right? Flagpole, you got the flag. Unfortunately, it led to a liquidity grab before losing support, and then you broke down. And then lastly here, you see you actually couldn't throw it back. You broke out, tried to get the retest. 109.3 could not hold, leading to a breakdown. And so what we can gather from this is 109.3 is very important. I've given you 3 scenarios that have all led to, once you deviated 109.3, you led to at least a 2% move. This one giving you 2.3%, 3.5%, and then lastly that 6%. And these are all tradable moves, and that's why it's very important to be watching. We identified this channel here. It's not the cleanest, I agree, but we did. You can even just do it like that, and then it is cleaner. I'm using this wick high here, so why not? We understood we were getting towards the end of it. We understood that in early July, you're going to get volatility. You got some of that. And then today, or even better yet, yesterday, you actually held that 105.5, but you did lose 106K. So what could I interpret from that? Bears are really watching the daily closely. If we segue back to the daily, because this was the 12-hour, what do we have? Well, we had almost a breakdown on the daily. The bottom 38.2% held marvelously, but also what held? The daily EMA 34. You as a trader understand that's the last spot before we end up making our move down to the EMA 100. My system works like this. If you lose the 34, you very often, more than not, get an easy free ride down to the EMA 100. That EMA 34 getting lost here is what sparked our shorts up here, over here. And so it's always a big zone. I don't use the 55 to trade. If you do, it's not bad. I just don't. I don't want too many moving averages, so many lines. The 55 doesn't make sense to use for me because I'm going to use the 100. And that just ends up working better. Some like to use the 55, I'll say. Perfectly fine, right? You can use that almost as like the middle point before the 100. In my experience, though, it doesn't really matter. Once you're under the 34, more often than not, you're just going to make that move down to the 100. You may get bounces, reactions around the 55, but really, the better trade is always the 100, in my opinion. Here you got some bounces, unable to actually get back above the 34, losing the 100, going to the SMA 200. That wasn't the best example. Rather here, losing the 34, you bounce somewhat off the 55, of course, but again, unable to get back above the 34, giving you that free move to the 100. So it makes absolute sense that we, got to bounce around that 105.8, 106K region, 105.5 to 106K to be exact. Makes absolute sense. That is the spot before that opens up potentially that 103.1 to 104.4, which you all know, if you go to the 5-day, that we've hit that support a bunch of times already. We've hit this a bunch of times, meaning that if we end up coming back down to this region, not convinced it's fully going to hold. This 5-day is developing pretty nice as you got a nice dump down to the 5-day EMA 9, and then it got bought up. You also see here that you actually threw it back. So 105.5 was a bullish reclaim. This move down was the retest. And so just be aware of that. Bulls are going to try to break out today. This was it. You got the retest. You hit the 34. You finally back tested that 105.5. Are we finally going to move up? And this is why it's going to be really important for bulls and bears to pay attention. Because all while this occurred, you would have been engaging some kind of squeeze up. We understand markets don't just go down forever. And if you go to this, what was it, the 6 hour? I mean, this was free money. It's not going to just go down only. You're always going to get squeezes up, always going to get bounces, even if it means you're still going to go lower. So for here on the 6 hour, it makes a lot of sense to me. You need to be gauging this area, this zone as resistance. It doesn't change. 108 is still resistance. I know we haven't talked about 108 a lot, and that's because it's just more in the micro range zone that I have. But we still talked about this channel. And so what we have today is a rally right back up. It's an underside retest, meaning when you break down from these, more often than not, you rally up and you retest the underside of the channel. This is going to be looked at as a bearish retest for bears. They TP'd logically around here, squeezed back up. Bulls are getting horny and excited. All while we're just right back at resistance. If I extend this yellow line, right, 106K, let me make it straight. You can see it's been solid resistance, even on this rally up, similar to what we had. Rallied straight up to resistance before finding, again, resistance and going down. Okay, so we've broken down, and now we've rallied up. And this is then when trend will become your friend. Because in my opinion, this low was supposed to be the last higher low. This was the higher high. Anywhere around here should have been a higher low. That did not occur. So in my system, this is now flipped into a downtrend. This has potential to be a lower high, lower high, lower high, meaning that this low is going to get taken, if true, giving you more of that bias that Bitcoin could make its way down to the 103.1, which has implications of that not holding because that's already been hit over 5 times. Were we wrong on this? Where are we actually going to start going up and actually testing my 109.8 zone, 109.3 zone that we've been talking about for quite a while now? It's very simple. If you start seeing the daily EMA 9 get reclaimed, that's the first good sign. Awesome. Secondly, if you start seeing 108 get reclaimed, this opens up that new range, putting us right reclaim of support, giving you the next target to resistance around 1093. So if you're bullish on Bitcoin, if you caught the move up and you're excited, you're printing, understand you've rallied up to the point of resistance. You've rallied up to the point that this is where bears are going to try to take control. This is going to be somewhat of a lower high on a daily. This should have been the last higher low. We took that out yesterday. We understood with trend, we often get lower highs. You need to be gauging this anywhere around here is a lower high, not taking out June 30th high. That can be an invalidation. So if we're going on today, we literally could start scaling shorts here, literally, like as we're talking. In your simple invalidations here, you're losing less than 1%, scaling shorts right now. And if we're going to play trend, very simple. I don't need, where am I going to have my TP? Well, if I know that this was a higher low, higher high, this has now been into a downtrend, meaning that this was the higher low break, aka the lower low, then anywhere around here is a lower high, meaning that we're most likely, if that's going to be true, going to take out this last low. So at very minimum, I can target around here at 1044. That's a 4.47 risk to reward ratio. Beautiful trade. And that's simply just filling your short at this current zone. So understand that that's still a legitimate setup. I understand we're breaking out per se. I understand that we are going above the moving average, which is the 9. But even so, what would most likely occur here? Well, we very well could just do this. We reclaim the 9, and then we retest it, solidifying that 106K region before going up. That gives you your higher low. This gives you that, bullish trend starting to form before we can take out this high. Taking out this high will lead to that 1093. I know it's already at 1088, so obviously, but still, we don't want to get blindsided if we make a move up to that zone. Does not change our idea. Time and volatility doesn't change our idea. It's just more, we have a spot. We know that this was a breakdown, and we have this spot. We know it needs to be retested. The reaction, once it does get retested, will be very important. Let me plug my laptop in. Here we go. Oh, gosh. Okay. Nice. We're back. We still have 5-day volatility resets, giving us actually a setup now in zero volatility. This is significant because this is now officially a major setup. Whenever you get zero volatility on the 5-day, often when you get expansion, it just leads to mega moves. Now, the last recent one's a harder example because what you had was, you had this breakout that led down, that then led to bullish control, leading to the reset of volatility, giving you that move up. So it really started to really expand here when we got that move from the low 85s all the way to all-time high. Harder example to show. And that's just sometimes how this is. Remember, volatility is direction neutral. Just because you're getting a volatility setup, just because it was slightly down the last time, doesn't mean it's going to be down this time. It's just simply telling you volatility is contracted and a move is coming. We've also seen a lot of chop around this one back in July, where you started to fire off, it started to reset, started to fire off, started to reset, then it started to fire off, and then it reset again. This reset led to the actual expansion, leading to a major parabolic move on Bitcoin, where you essentially went up from the 60s all the way to all-time high. So at least we can gather, once this 5-day does fire off to the upside, it generally does take you to a new high. Let's check the weekly, because I think we also hit the weekly 5, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we did. Again, just another reason on why this bounce really shouldn't have surprised you. We understood the weekly 5 was going to get tested. Generally does. Super uptrend bullish markets, EMA 5 generally holds before the 9. We've seen this before. You had the EMA 34 on the daily there. It was a big zone. So a reaction makes sense, but again, is resistance around the 108K going to hold, and or are we going to start reclaiming out on the daily? Now you're starting to get daily volatility firing off, and this is significant because this could have implications for potentially if you start reclaiming back above 108K, this can be looked at as a false breakdown, a reclaim, SFP, long trigger, 109.3 target, and then we'll have to really, see what's good. Because even if the daily is firing off, let's check the 2-day, because the 2-day's even more reset, right? The 2-day is giving you extreme volatility on 2, 4, 6 sessions now. I will say this is turning into a pretty nice candle, but it still has 1 day to go. And you've seen this before, where we've rallied right into resistance, and then it just sells off right before close, diminishing bull's opium. Here was a major nice hammerhead here, and then it sold off. In quotation marks, sold off. But I mean, you just don't want to front run. Oh, this is a hammerhead. Let me long based on that before you even confirm it being a hammerhead. You never want to do that, especially in crypto land. Sure, a lot of people today are doing that. Actually, they're not looking at this as a breakdown. They look at this as support hit. They look at this as a spring, and they're getting super bullish right at resistance when this visually just looks like a bearish retest. Okay, so the 12-hour EMA 9 got reclaimed. This opened up a long trigger, and this is no surprise to anyone who watches us. Anytime you reclaim that 12-hour EMA 9, generally you long the throwback. So you reclaimed it, you long the throwback. This should, in theory, break out. Now, if you start seeing this roll over, fall below the EMA 9 on the 12-hour and close below, this will be a major sign that, yeah, this resistance held. This is actually looking more like a lower high, and this was a trap. Now, we've seen the 12-hour EMA 9. Like, we've seen this before in this range. Reclaim the 12-hour 9, rallies up to resistance, resistance holds, evening star follow through. Rallies up, reclaims all major moving averages, next open deviates. So we've rallied up, we're in resistance. Are we going to reject, or are we going to actually hold and break out from here? Okay, so we are holding above the 38.2%. Next target is around that 109.1. Interesting. Confluence of the idea potentially of an 108 reclaim and a move up to 109.3. Implications then for that short. Excuse me. Okay, so in summary, you've rallied up to resistance on Bitcoin. You're testing the previous breakdown zone. Makes sense to be back around this area. The big question I have for bulls is, are we going to reclaim or are we going to reject? A rejection around here would be absolutely detrimental, because not only would this be a rejection of the previous breakdown zone, but also it would be then potentially formed, it would actually form the next lower high in this brand new downtrend that was formed while everyone's getting bullish on a green candle. Well, this is in a daily downtrend. We also know that the 5 days in a downtrend, that didn't change. And we identified that this, if we're going to be super aggressive on shorts, bears are going to be looking at this as the lower high, this as the lower low. The move up has to, in theory, technically, get stopped before that high, which we've already done, telling you that this 5-day high could be possibly in, and or this next 5-day lower high could be in. We'll know that this idea is potentially diminishing when you start getting above that 109.3. But remember, we also said that bears are going to be trying to use this high as well. You have 2 stop losses. Aggressive shorting is done here with a stop at this high. if you don't want to be aggressive and or use a low leverage trade, you just want to be in and you want to know for sure that you're not going to get liquidity grabbed, you would be using this high. Very simple. But this isn't a downtrend, and you're having no one talk about that, which is a big concern for me because, well, this isn't a legitimate downtrend. You here had a lower high, lower low. You took out that last high, cool, but did you really? You just formed a double top. So then, boom, another lower high. This high. Yeah, I mean, it actually, this last wick high never even took out the last one. So confirmed lower high, actually. Lower low. Cool. Rallies up. Lower high, question mark. Visually, I mean, look at that. If we rolled over, boom, boom. Like, you would then, in hindsight, say, well, yeah, that wasn't a downtrend. And that's what we don't want to do, is be super bullish on a downtrend, disregarding it. We understand there's bullish setups brewing for Bitcoin. Of course, I can then show the HPDR on the monthly and say, well, yeah, we're holding above the 38.2%. Next target's going to be $145,000. I could start saying that. But what we even had here was volatility contracting on the monthly again, diminishing the setup we wanted firing off in July. Now fully, if right, bulls were saying, well, that momentum pivot has a 100% hit rate, we're going to go up no matter what. That actually reset in July, so that's not firing off anymore. On top of it, we go to the 2-week. You can see here, you're potentially reclaiming the median, bouncing off the median, giving you the next target around what? The $129,000 level. 2-month just got back above the 38.2%. Next target being right here, the $150,000 level. So there are legitimate setups that legitimately could take you to 150,000. But what are you noticing about all these? Well, what if we actually retested the 38.2% first? Well, that would put us around 93,500. Interesting. What about the monthly? Well, if we ended up testing the bottom of this 38.2%, that would actually put us around that 103.1 region. Two-week could easily close and then come in for a retest of the median. That's sitting at 100K. The bottom of the bottom 38.2% could easily get tested. That's sitting at 100K. So I understand the argument. Bulls aggressively want to just make a new high from here. We very well could. But, I mean, I just need to be convinced. And I'm not convinced yet. And even on this move up, I'm not bullish. I'm not even getting excited yet. I'm just looking at this as potentially a daily lower high, while all of the shorts scaled out, all the bulls scaled in. And we potentially just have a really, really good RR trade here. So if you're not positioned, I recommend you take this. Hopefully we don't short squeeze Bitcoin, but I'm going to give this out once I'm done with Bitcoin because this just seems like easy money. The logical setup, you have a logical bearish retest. You're actually under the daily median. So let's say worst case scenario, you wanted to go in for that, still wouldn't take out the last high here, which is what we're going to be using for your lower high. You know that this was the lower low. So in theory, you should be taking out these lows, which gives you that target to around that 100K region, because you know you'll be under the EMA 34 then. And so really you could be targeting here, but we'll, still understand 103.1 support. And until you either break 103.1 or break 109.3, you're just going to be within this range. This range is easily like this. And you've all been here, so you all know how this range has been. And that's literally all it's been. We're about to go high. We don't. We're about to go lower. We don't. We're about to go higher. We don't. And that's just how this range has been. So yeah, that's Bitcoin. Watch very carefully today. Because again, volatility on the daily is firing off. This very well could just reject the bearish retest, still in bear control because we're in a downtrend. And this just fully sells off. So I highly recommend, if you're not positioned, to potentially take this short. Actually, I'm going to do that. So if you want to trade with me, you can take this exact trade at this exact time and have a really good RR. And you know, it's just a minimal loss if we're wrong. No big deal. Minimal loss. All right, let's check this. Oh, and you look at that. All while we're just getting a back test of this channel, retesting the EMA 34 on the daily. You see here that the daily actually reclaimed above the EMA 100. I've said once this occurs, we can be more aggressive on shorts. More aggressive on shorts means this setup that I just gave you. God, why did it mess my flow up? Why does it always do that? More aggressive shorting means this setup, in my opinion. And we know that, well, in theory, the daily SMA 200 or daily EMA 100 right here should hold. So meaning that this EMA 34, this channel retest needs to spring. You need to get bought up and you need to see it close above 4.85% today. Very easily can happen. We wanted the back test, and this back test is going to break you out. Let's see. Is this bearish though? No, it's not. And just like Bitcoin, this isn't a fresh uptrend. This is a higher low potentially. And you're even getting back above the daily median and you probably hit it. Next target is what? 5%. So again, I'll say this, we're potentially getting a pretty easy short setup on Bitcoin. I'd just be watching that. Bitcoin dominance here. Let's take a look. Let's go to the 2-day. 2-day higher low potentially in. Need to just hold above 65.38%. In doing so, you're now starting to break out on the 2-day. Great confluence to potentially getting that 69.55% move. Weekly as well as breaking out. Again, great confluence to telling you a major move is coming. As long as you hold above this wick high here, you are going to flip that into support. Very simple analysis, but it's true. Flipping a wick high into support just works in super bullish markets. We saw this exact same thing on gold. Any high then would be flipped into support before breaking out. High flipped into support before breaking out. A high flipped into support before breaking out. In super duper bullish markets, this just works. And this is the definition of bullish. You flip a wick high into support, you SR flip, and then you go up. So why am I talking about gold if we're looking at Bitcoin dominance? The example is, well, Bitcoin dominance is very strong. You can use the same example, really. Wick high, flipped into support, breaking out. And then here. So now wick high, flipped into support, breaking out. And we just want the same idea on May 5th, wick high. So, yeah. For me, as long as you're above that 65.38%, 69.55% is going to be the next target. There you should be watching alts. You should be looking at a major rejection around that zone. So yeah, that's all I have. I can look real fast at the 4-hour. Even the 4-hour HBDR, you've just hit resistance. Is this going to break out? Reclaim 108, make your move up to 109.3? Potentially. If, the 4-hour starts reclaiming 108K, or better yet, did this just rally up to resistance before rolling over? Be very cautious of that idea. That's all I have. You boys there?
Oh, fuck, I'm muted. I didn't realize that. I think Alejandro's in the restroom.
Okay.
Let's start with the day. So we did get that bounce that we were looking for off the bottom 38.2%. It ended up oh, that message you sent is hilarious. So we checked off the bounce off the bottom 38.2%, but we ended up bouncing a lot stronger than I was thinking that we would bounce. I didn't think we'd go all the way straight to the median. I thought we would get a little bit of a bounce from the 38.2%, but I was expecting a rejection of our EMAs, which right now we didn't really get. And right now we're just blasting through our EMAs and going straight to the median. We're like maybe $200 below the median. Median right now is at 107,907. The wick high of this candle right now is slightly over that by a ball sack here at 107,959. So technically, this is a rejection of the median, but not really a rejection that should be anything of concern, because you can't really even see the rejection on that daily candle. Right now, we are still within trading within this range, and this can kind of be seen as somewhat of a bull flag, and especially since we had this previous lower high and we are above that lower high, and our median right now is sitting right at this meme line. So if we can, and this meme line as well, let's extend this one out a little bit. There we go. And if we can get a close over this, these two meme lines together and the median, we'll have 3 points of confluence for resistance that we have closed above, and would give us an easy target, very, very easy target, basically a free move to this top 38.2%, which right now is basically our current all-time highs at around $111,000. We look at our momentum right now. Momentum is flipping back up from that reset zone. Same thing, basically the same idea that we had mentioned on the last stream. That was on, I believe, Monday. That momentum, if we are bullish, will flip back around right at that reset zone, which we are currently doing, and it's currently putting in possible hidden bullish divergence by breaking all of these lows and putting in a higher low. And right now, that hidden bullish divergence will be closed with a close over 107 confirmed. I mean, it will be confirmed with a close over $107,473 on a daily closing basis. Right now, the jewel is on a neutral signal from the buy signal, and if we can close over that 107,473 area, this very likely will switch back into a buy signal with maintaining the bullish control zone, and that likely gives us some busting action. The 4 hour right now is flipped very strongly to the upside. 4 hour does not have any possibility of hitting bullish divergence because we did make a lower low, and we did make a lower low on momentum, so there's no regular bullish divergence either. But right now, 4 hour is very close to getting a close over our meme line and that 38.2%. Right now, the meme line lines up beautifully with that 38.2%, almost based exactly to that area. And if we get a close over the 38.2%, we have to see what the HPDR relationship is of closing over 38.2%. And if we see right here, we close over that 38.2%. We went all the way up in that next candle, all the way up to the 95%. And right now, that 95% is at about $113,000, new all-time highs. We went slightly above that 95%, and that's going slightly above that 95% would take us to that prophesized target we've been talking about for the longest time of around $114,000. The number written in the stars, the number that has been prophesized.
Rumor has it that Kathy Woods got that number tatted on top of her pussy, but
no, that's
it's
too low
just
for
a rumor. But it's really low on her pussy.
Kathy
The higher number is
people,
it's underneath her belly button.
Kathy can't even buy a super yacht with $130,000 Bitcoin.
That's right.
She needs at least one more zero.
A $1.3 million Bitcoin.
She's probably the only person betting on Polymarket that Bitcoin will reach $1 million by the end of the year. It's a pretty easy short, to be honest.
Absolutely.
You won't make all that much. You'll make like maybe 5 or 6%, but hey, it's free.
It's free. Fucking yeah.
It's better than what the banks are paying you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. 4 hours now, very close to breaking into the bullish control zone on momentum. If we get a close over that 38.2% at 107,659, damn, if only that was $40 higher, that will break into the bullish control zone. The last time we broke into the bullish control zone was that busting action move where we went to the 95%, and then we did end up going higher. That move to the 95% was just the area where we got a little bit of consolidation, but we did eventually, like this high was about $106,000. we did end up going like $2,000 higher than that eventually. So that $114,000 area would very likely just be a consolidation area before we do go higher. And I am targeting that 120 to 125 to $130,000 area. Right now, the jewel on the 4 hour is flipping back around, giving us a bicycle within the bearish control zone. So let's mark these within the bearish control zone. The vertical lines do it once again make an appearance. I know you guys missed them. I missed them.
There it is.
Time for some sad boy vertical lines.
It sounds like a Backstreet Boys album cover name. Sad boy vertical lines.
Oh, that's funny.
That's fucking wild.
Might be a sad boy, but I'm not going to make it boring for you guys.
There you go. That's the motherfucking spirit.
You guys are paying the absolute best price of $0.00 to watch this. Can't be boring, right?
Sir, there's no one willing to pay anything to watch this, so that's the best we could do. Offer it at $0. At least we don't have to pay people to watch it.
Fun fact: the first Trump rally at Trump Tower, where he came down from the elevator, the crowd was paid to be there.
Everything is pretty gaily fake, no? Like the more time goes by, the more you hear about these things, you're like, I wonder
fake.
what really is real.
Yeah, everything's fake. About
Not my kid
1%.
stuff.
1% to the downside. So yeah, you probably still would have been in there.
Mhm.
And then this played out, 7%. That's pretty good. About 7 to 1 odds. I'd take that. Here's another one.
That looks good.
This is about 5%, very close to 7%. How much did it go down from entry on this move down? About 2%. Not really much. So you can count that move. This would be about 12%. 5%, 7%, and 12% of the numbers so far. This one, not much at all. I think it's fair to count that since you didn't really go down. Immediately about 1.4%, down less than 0.5%, and then you get the busting action. About 12%. Oh, very exactly the same number as before, 12%. This one was immediately a move up of about 1.5, very similar to move before, of around 1.5 immediately. And then, 12% again. And this is a 4-hour setup, by the way. So double
That's
digits on
crazy.
a 4-hour setup is pretty good. 2.8%. 3%, very close to 2.8.
Wait,
Yeah.
it's Arab summer. Where the fuck are the Arabs with their crazy cars here?
Oh yeah, should see that in LA and Malibu and that shit.
Yeah.
You don't?
Not right now. Maybe it's too early. July. I don't know.
Yeah, because they're getting the fuck out of Dubai. It's way too hot over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into this. This is the first time I'm not seeing the full Arab effect.
I think we are looking into whenever it's not hot anymore in Dubai. I think that's sometime around the fall. We'd like to go there for like 2 months.
Yeah,
Just,
Dubai is
just
nice in the
live
end
there
of the
for 2
year.
months.
And do the Formula One. That shit's fun as fuck.
Oh yeah, in Abu Dhabi, that shit is
Yeah.
amazing. I'll take Alex's first Formula One race. 4.5.
That'd be cool.
It's a good party, Alex. That's what they are, really. It's way better to watch it if you're a real fan of the racing at home. But if you want the party, dude, let me tell you, the fucking party is incredible.
I don't watch the racing like at all, but I've been to 3 Formula One races and had a hell of a time.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And I didn't watch any of the racing.
I want to go. Yeah, I want to check it out. See Scott Milker there.
Oh, guys, it's gonna be great. You're getting best in FX, bro. It's a great platform. They brought us here with the McLaren team.
Scott, that is the Ferrari team.
I know. I'm just saying.
These exchanges better get us with Scott Milker. I better be in that suite.
The problem is we like to make jokes, and a lot of people don't like to deal with people like us. Like me. I'm not going to include you guys into this. This is my problem.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I
Alex.
promise I won't make any vulgar jokes in the suite.
I don't promise that. So there you go. We're fucked.
I'm promising it with my fingers crossed behind my back. So 5% is the minimum move. 5% from here would take us to about that 88.3%, right at our current all-time highs, around 111,380 to 111,500. You take it to about 10%. Very beautiful number of right around $117,000. Very close to that 118 number we've been talking about for a long time. Now, if we take it to the higher end move of around 12%, 12% brings us to about $119,000. Just under that 120 number. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Where are we right now on the HPDR? We are still above that 38.2%, tapping that meme line, but the rejection of that meme line shouldn't be seen as a death sentence if we close over this meme line and at 38.2%. Closing over the 38.2% is what we're looking for the breakout. For the break, like our Canadian brothers and sisters say. The two-day right now is starting to flip back up as well. Never once got below the moving average. Got a little close in that reset zone, but once again started to flip back up. Now getting above the neutral zone, getting into the positive territory. Once it gets above the 20 number, that's when the bulls are going to be solidly in control, and it like very likely makes its way towards the bullish control zone. Right now, it's very close to that number, and the volatility is now just starting to come into an expansion phase from 0%. And the jewel is putting in hidden bullish divergence by putting in a lower momentum and giving you a buy signal very close to breaking into the bullish control zone. And right now, on price, we are getting strongly above the median. The median right now is sitting about $2,000 below price action at about 105,700. If we close over that median with volatility coming from 0%, we're very, very likely going to go at a minimum towards that 50% where we topped out over here, but a lot more likely towards somewhere around the 61.8% from 0% volatility. We went to the 61.8% right here, and we went to the 61.8% right here in this area. This area we actually went to the 88.3%. So right now the minimum move of the 50% and the more realistic move of the 61.8% puts us somewhere between about 112.6 and about 115.1. And both of those numbers are new all-time highs. A move to the 88.3% like we got right here, which volatility was. Where was volatility? It was significantly lower than where. I don't know. Actually, my bad.
No,
the wrong one. It was the exact same place where we are right now. Right now, it's just very, very slightly lower because it went all the way to 0%. This time around, it went to about like 4%, but basically the same move. And this was a move that took us up to that 88.3% area. And right now, that is 88.3%. That same. Yeah, about $125,000. So 120 once again. Let's go to the 3-day or 5-day.
We need that Bitcoin melt up so that everyone's like,
the US dollar is done. See, the dollar is done. See.
And if this is that move on Bitcoin, which I think it's going to be, the entirety of the move is probably going to be over in a couple of weeks, which is going to be a very, very fast and aggressive pump on Bitcoin, which is going to be further pushing that narrative of dollar being over and risk being the way to go.
Indeed, and can I tell you something? You were the first one to say this when the chart was back in the day when we started doing this. You were like, "I'm seeing next year a big blow off top, like a fast one, kind of like 2017." You were the first one to say that too. So
But he's
you
trying
might be getting
to
there.
cheer me up.
Oh, that's pretty good. I'll say it. There are certain things that get recorded in my memory. Just a few, 2 or 3 things. Promise you. The rest is just taken away by weed. This is one of those.
Most of my spaces are filled with Spanish curse words.
Good, good. Useful.
Very useful. Then I can curse at gringos and they won't know what I'm saying.
Exactly. Although that's the first thing we teach all of you guys. As soon as you come to Mexico, hey, do you want to know what the worst words are? No. All right, here they are.
On the 5-day, we're getting momentum freshly flipping back to the upside. Still has that hidden bullish divergence that we've been talking about for about 2 weeks now. Very, very close to confirming that divergence, with volatility now fully contracted at extreme lows. And the bullish divergence will confirm with any close over about 108. Actually, no, only one more close we need over this level of 106,469. Very beautiful number. Excuse me. Any close we get over 106,469 will confirm that hidden bullish divergence, and that will be about, I believe, 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, giving us a minimum move towards that 38.2%. Right now, sitting at about $117,000, with volatility at extreme lows at 5%. Very likely we're going to go once again to that 78.6%. Right now, that level sits at about $135,000. 130 is a really beautiful area. And I do strongly believe that these numbers will come up again on the RSI. The last time the 5-day momentum freshly flipped to the upside was back over here. It slightly went under. This was April of 2025 at that $74,000 low. And off of that momentum flipping to the upside, we'll take it from a closing basis. We went up about 40%. If we take 40% from where momentum flipped up here, it's going to be a high number, spoiler alert. Brings us to about $152,000. Keep that number in your mind. Now we will switch over to the index and go to the weekly. Oh, interesting. 5-day on the index also will make sense because it's the same asset, but 5-day on the index also flipped up. And the jewel is now losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral signal. The last time we flipped over into a neutral signal from a sell signal within the bullish control zone was right over here. And this went to slightly new all-time highs towards that $109,000 all-time high on the inauguration. And volatility was at about 0%, very similar momentum, but there was no hidden bullish divergence, which we do have now. When do we have the hidden bullish divergence? That was on this move here, whenever we went to that 61.8%. And that would be about $140,000 to 61.8%. Weekly now is getting a strong bounce off of the 9 EMA, and as long as we are over that 38.2%, the magnet for price action is going to be the median, which right now the median is at ever so slightly new all-time highs at about $114,400. What's very likely, though, based off of volatility expanding from 0% now officially in an expansion phase, is if we can confirm this hidden bullish divergence, what's going to happen is we're going to get a move similar to this one here. Whenever we confirm the hidden bullish divergence by taking out these momentum lows and putting in higher low at this point here, we went towards the 50%. Right now, that 50% is at about $145,000, $146,000, very close to that 150 level. And that hidden bullish divergence will be confirmed with any close over about 108,537. Right now, the Joule is giving you a sell signal on the oscillator, but one, it's not confirmed just yet because we haven't gotten the close, and two, we are about to get a very bullish cross with the pink crossing above the yellow. It would be more bullish if it was happening lower in the bearish control zone, but it still likely does give us a pretty respectable move. Like, for example, I'll give you another example. We have one right here. Let's see how many examples we have on this. Cross within the bullish control zone. No, that's slightly below. Usually these crosses like to happen in the bearish control zone. Pink crossing above yellow right there. We had a cross up. Can we use this? Did it cross down? I gotta zoom in a little bit. My eyes are not the best. Ever so slightly, so I think we can use that one. Pink, blue, yellow right here. We can use that one. No, we can't really. Here, this one. And this one.
That's a lot of lines to say that we're going to go to $2.2 million
There we
per
go.
Bitcoin.
How much of a move is this? 59%. Got a little bit of a pullback. You're still up 3%. And then 83%. Let this disappear. The fuck? What happened? What? The hell happened?
What do you mean?
Weird. What happened to my
To your what? To your screen? Is it
chart?
stuck?
I didn't know
You
where
can
my
see it?
candles went.
Oh,
there it is.
just refresh. What the fucking fuck? I'm gonna remove the screen and bring it back on.
Oh shit! What happened? I think I figured out what happened. Verizon texted me saying that my 4 gigabytes of high-speed data allowance has been this is hilarious. My 4 gigabytes of high-speed data of my unlimited data has been reached.
How dare you to reach your limited data in the unlimited plan, you fucking peasant piece of shit. Now you get
And
throttled.
I give them $10 a day extra also for international use. So I'm giving them about $300 extra a month for this.
Damn. Fuck. Get Starlink. Oh wait, didn't you get Starlink? The new ones are insane.
It didn't work for us because we live in at that time we were in a condo with a covered roof. I think this condo also has a covered roof, so it's not really gonna work.
Wow.
You can just use my hotspot. We're gonna get Wi-Fi for the house today. If my hotspot doesn't work,
What's
you can go to the
What's your hotspot name?
downstairs iPhone.
Downstairs iPhone?
No, the name's iPhone, and if the hotspot doesn't work, you can go downstairs to the office.
Oh.
They have private offices.
What's your
Wi-Fi.
hotspot name?
iPhone.
Mm,
Now the house may be too big. Hopefully it reaches to you.
I don't see iPhone.
No, you got to be close to the Wi-Fi source, to the hotspot source on the phones. They're not good on distance.
Okay. All right. Well, I think you'll have to go downstairs then, or just go to my room, and it should be close to my phone.
Yeah.
Because I want to at the very least finish Bitcoin before I go down.
Finish the Bitcoin.
I apologize, Mr. President. I apologize, Mr. President. Let me move closer, then switch the hotspot, and then once I get Bitcoin done, then I'll go to the business room.
Let me know whenever you get yours. I'm just going to put
say,
mine as a
5
placeholder.
seconds.
Yeah.
I'll say this: the Academy short just filled, so we're gonna play that trade.
Okay,
So just watch 108K.
let's see right here. Inside?
Let me see. Well, you got to
Okay.
connect.
iPhone?
iPhone, sir. Vamos, estamos viendo Solana. Un segundo, tenemos un poco de problemas técnicos, pero no tenemos la cancioncita para todos ustedes. Se acaban de cambiar de cantón estos señores, entonces no tienen todo listo. ¿Quién los fuera a ver? Oigan, ya vieron que el yen no ha pasado a los 146. Bonito. Oigan, el euro ya va para nuestro objetivo. Perfecto. También la libra. Perfecto. También el peso. Vamos a ver. ¿Dónde está nuestro objetivo? Más o menos.
Can you hear me?
Efectivo. Yes, sir. And I can also see your screen. It's moving.
You can see my screen?
Yeah, it's right here. 1 second. There you go. Do you have internet? Yes, I can see those numbers moving. Independence Day sale awaits. That's right. Come get your trading view. It's a unique opportunity where we're offering everyone to shove a finger
80%
up
off.
their ass. They get the latest. That's pretty good.
If-
I mean, we already got the
If you're
Thanksgiving
using
special.
the month, if you're using the monthly plan for things for trading view, you should consider taking that discount and getting the annual plan, because it's kind of retarded not to. You
Yeah.
end up paying so much more. You end up paying like 5 times as much.
Yeah.
And remember, on our Discord partners tab, we've got a link for trading view.
I don't want to brag, but we've made exactly $0 off of trading view.
You still got the link though. Just like whenever people sign up for Crown's free memberships, and they make sure to let them know that they referred us for the $0 free trial.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
And then I get and then I get the receipts in the email. $0 affiliate. Wonderful. 21% up. So if we were to take about 20% roughly from this point here, let's just assume it crosses at this point here where price is now. 20% up from here brings us to basically very close to that 38.2%, at roughly $130,000. So another $130,000 target that comes up once again. Zoom out. Go to 2 week. 2 week is now also flipped up to the upside. It's been flipped up for a little bit, and it's getting over the reset zone as well. It's at about 11. We need about 9 more to go to get to the 20, and then we can solidly say that it is going to be it is shifted into the bull's favor. Over here, whenever we shift over that 20 zone, is when we got to move to the top 38.2%. Excuse me. And that top 38.2% right now sits at about $129,000, $1,000 below our 130 level. Right now, moment of volatility is expanding from literally 0%. It's freshly just about to get into an expansion phase. It is now ever so slightly by a ball sack here in that expansion phase. Momentum is at volatility is at 10.95%. Moving average is at 10.27%. So it's just so slightly over that moving average. The jewel is also giving us a buy signal, getting back into the bullish control zone, and we broke this previous low on the jewel here, while price put in a higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence on the jewel. And this has been active for a couple of weeks now, and that hidden bullish divergence confirming on this point here, I believe it was on this candle, would have a target of that top 38.2%, which has been moving down ever so slightly. Right now, it's sitting at that 129 level. Monthly is now holding that 38.2%. Right now, it is possibility, not just a possibility, a very strong possibility that we will get a reconnect with that bottom 38.2% before this monthly is over. And right now, that level is sitting around $102,700, $102,600. I personally will be looking for that reconnect of that area and that monthly 5 EMA at about somewhere around 102, and this is the area where I personally will be max bidding. And my stop loss will be the previous monthly wick low at about $98,330. I'll put a little bit below at around $98,330. And my TP1 is going to be that $114,000 area, the prophesized $114,000. The next level is going to be $120,000. And the third and final level, which is going to be the moonshot bag, that one is going to be for that monthly median, which right now did move down. And as we were saying, like, sure, it's going to move down, but how much is it really going to move down realistically? Because it was at $151,000. Now it's moved down. It's moved to $145,900. Do you remember from a little while ago where we mentioned that $145,000 level on one of our setups? $145,000. Very cool. Very cool. That's at the median. And right now, the monthly will flip up if we can close anywhere above our previous wick high, monthly wick high at about $110,617. To close over that level, momentum is going to flip back up by getting back over the moving average. And if you know, we broke both of these momentum lows, while price is significantly above that area, giving us 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. Pretty safe to say we'll likely hit that monthly median if we can confirm 3 drives or hidden bullish divergence. The higher level, the top of the, we need to close monthly over about 110,617.
Oof. Okay, we still have like 30 days, so let's be dramatic for 30 days. Yeah,
an eternity in cryptocurrency land. We're going to be discussing this possibility for a while. Unless we absolutely fucking nuke in the next couple of days, and then we're not going to be discussing this possibility. And volatility is expanding from extreme lows, sitting somewhere around 5%, while we have that hidden bullish divergence possibility. It's all lining up in favor of one final push by the bulls before we pack it up and call it a day. And last times that we had this setup, we had these divergences with volatility coming from this low. We actually didn't stop at the median. We went to the top 38.2%, even higher. I'm just not. The numbers are so high. I'm just not comfortable calling those levels yet because we have so many levels in between. Just like I'm not comfortable calling significantly lower levels to the downside when we have significant support levels in between. I'm not going to be calling numbers this high while we have significant resistance levels in between. But the 38.2% right now sits at about $237,300. Very insane. Very, very insane. You could then at that point use one Chinese Bitcoin to buy one used British McLaren Artura.
Say that again.
You can at that point at $237,000, you would be able to use one Chinese Bitcoin to buy one used British McLaren Artura, maybe even a new one with incentives.
My problem was I was thinking about the Artura being the windshield-less one, which is not. It's the Elba.
Oh no, that one's gay. That one's gay.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid looking. Like when the inside is just like so terrible. It looks like a $20,000 car. I do like the way it looks on the outside, but not 2-3 million, whatever the fuck they're asking for.
They ended up putting a windshield on it because they couldn't sell them.
Oh yeah, remember that they had to modify that. They were like work, and they also cut them in half. Remember that they were like whatever.
It actually looks good with the windshield. I actually really like the way that it looks with the windshield.
Yeah, just the interior is bullshit for a $2 million car.
Absolutely not. Never paying $2 or $3 million for that thing. Never. But it looks nice. $2 or $3 million. Absolutely, I'm gonna go get a P1. 100%.
All day.
P1 might not be the fastest, but goddamn, that is beautiful. I think the P1 looks better than the LaFerrari.
Oh, you're one of those weirdos. I'm just kidding.
I've always thought it looked better than the LaFerrari.
I thought so too, but over time, the LaFerrari has really settled into a classic.
The one thing that I think the LaFerrari has over the P1 is that V12.
That also is fucking deafening motherfucking engine.
But the P1 has all the
the UFO stuff. Yeah, it's true.
Trying to zoom in on this HPDR. I can't. Okay, there we go. So on this last quarterly close, by ever so slightly, by a ball sack here, we closed over the median. The median was at about $103,000, and we closed at about $107,000. So we closed about $4,000 over the median, which is crazy when $4,000 doesn't look like anything at all because the numbers are so big. And right now, closing over that median would, at a minimum, give us a target of tapping the median on this next quarterly candle. Within the next 3 months, we have a statistical target of tapping, at the very least, tapping the median. And right now, that median sits at $165,000, $164,920. That is a pump from where we are right now.
It's basically 50%.
Goes pretty good, pretty nice. The monthly volatility setup, but we will get to that on the momentum chart. Erase these. Right now, one piece of worrying information, very, very worrying information. If we didn't have that monthly setup that had been confirmed, this would be quite worrying for me, quite concerning, is that quarterly momentum did shift to the downside. But we have 2 months. We have 2 months and 29 days to go, and this is not confirmed. So this is 2 months and 29 days is an eternity and a half in cryptocurrency land, probably 2 eternities in cryptocurrency land. So anything could really happen in the next 3 months, and that would cause this momentum to shift up. And if you notice here, we're very close to breaking these previous lows on momentum, and price action is a lot higher than about $58,000. So if we do shift momentum up and this does break these lows, that will give us quarterly hidden bullish divergence on HPDR momentum. And that is pretty safe to say that's enough to get us to that median at about $164,000. I don't know, maybe I'm going on the limb. Pretty safe to say that we'll hit that median with quarterly hidden bullish divergence. And if we go breaking these lows, we're also going to break these lows. And this is at about $56,000. So that's going to give us 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. That's more of a target of the 38.2%. I'm just not going to say that. The number is too scary, sitting at $300,000. Don't think Bitcoin's going to $300,000 this cycle. Hey, Bitcoin's free to prove me wrong, and I'd love to be proven wrong. I'm just a little. Actually, I don't know. I don't think I'd love to be proven wrong, because if Bitcoin is trading at $300,000 this cycle, I think some things are going wrong in terms of the overall economy, but that's a different story. Because if Bitcoin is trading at $300,000, what is the dollar doing? Probably not good. Quarterly volatility expanding from those extreme lows, while momentum is very close to giving you hidden bullish divergence. We have to assume, as long as we are closing over that 5 EMA, that the quarterly trend is still strongly to the upside in terms of one of these moves, where we at the most we got to move down to the 9, and then we held the 5 on a closing basis, and then just got busting action to the median. Right now, we have to assume this move that we're getting right now is going to be another one of these moves, where we got deviation slightly below that 5 EMA, didn't close below it, moved to the median, and then usually from there we get another tap of that median, especially since we closed above it.
Just give it a little tap.
To our side. Just give it a little tap. Just a little
tap
tip.
it in.
Just insert the tip just a little bit.
Just tap it in.
Is it in yet?
I'm very too familiar with that question.
We all are. Everyone watching a crypto video at this time is familiar.
I gotta say, I've had a girlfriend that has had a volcano of a vagina, where you can throw anything at it and you can't feel anything around it, and it's the worst. My God, unreal.
Apparently, if you say something like that, people will just say you're a misogynist who doesn't have any idea how the female body works.
No. There are big dicks. There are small dicks, there are medium dicks, there are huge vaginas, there are medium vaginas, and small vaginas. Just is the same thing.
Absolutely.
It's crazy that people don't know that.
And they're like, oh, no, you don't know how it works.
You see, we're teaching people about anatomy, biology, the human body, and charts. Like, this is a very valuable live stream.
Throwing a hot dog down the hallways.
Exactly. Doesn't even make a sound.
Luna just jumped. Luna jumped on my computer. Apparently, I've learned that cats like to do this because they like to mimic their owners, and because you're using a computer, they want to use it too, and they don't know how to use a computer, so they just sit on the keyboard.
And I was going to say, yeah, and also she knows that that's your point of attention. So she wants to do it. Tata does the same thing because she's got like squirrel's got a little cat in them.
Yeah, in the videos, Tata acts very similar to Fibbo,
Yeah. She's a
being a
bitch.
little pendejo.
Yeah.
My pequeña pendejo. All right, so quarterly on tether dominance, we've got hidden. I'm not hidden bearish. We got regular bearish, regular head and shoulders. I'm not going to bother drawing it out because this is going to give you a negative number, and the confirmation of that divergence. I mean, the head and shoulders. You can use this as your neckline. I'll use this wick low, basically right around 3.74%. Start to lose that area on a closing basis. That will give you your head and shoulders. Although I'm not really sure what move you would get off of this head and shoulders because it gives you a move to zero on a technical basis. Maybe not zero, below zero to a negative number. And I don't think they're going to be paying you paying you to hold tether. On the quarterly, we do have regular bearish divergence. We got 4 drives of it confirmed, or 3 drives. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 drives confirmed. And our move from that divergence is going to be the neutral zone on the RSI, which right now that neutral zone sits at about 3.94%. Monthly still has that hidden bearish divergence, and we've got now another possibility of hidden bearish divergence, and that will confirm with any close below 4.51%. And that will give you a target, an easy target of hitting the 100 EMA, right around that 3.5-ish% area. And 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence, which if we close below this area, we will have this 4.51, will give us an RSI target of somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone. That's somewhere between 3.4%, and bearish control zone is 2.59%. 3.4% lines up beautifully with our 100 on the monthly. And we've got volatility almost at extreme lows. Just now about to start entering into an expansion phase. While we've got hidden bearish divergence, potentially another drive from hidden bearish divergence. 2-week is now forming also hidden bearish divergence by breaking these levels on momentum and making a higher momentum while making a lower high in price action. And this hidden bearish divergence will be confirmed with any 2-week close below about 4.51%. That will give you an easy target of that 200 SMA on the 2-week, sitting at about that 3.9% number from our previous RSI target. Our RSI number would be somewhere on that bearish control zone. Likely the critical zone with how low volatility is at, sitting at 7%. The bearish control zone right now is sitting at 3%. Critical zone, impossible, doesn't tell you. And this bearish control zone target likely does update. I'd like to see it somewhere around our monthly 100. Nothing on the weekly. Please excuse the noise. They're here to look at the AC. 5 days still has that silver cross to the downside, and this hell of a wick that we've had, which was a massive fuck you candle, went up about 10% before closing below that 21 EMA and maintaining that silver cross to the downside. Not only did we close below the 55, we couldn't close above the 21 either. And as of this moment, we were just getting nothing but rejections of this silver cross. While we have confirmed a
Damn it. This man just
as long as you're
froze.
closing.
There you go. Say that again.
Close. While also on the last 5-day close, we confirmed a fresh drive of bearish divergence.
Got
And
it.
this divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing below this week high of 5.26%. So you've got a silver cross at the downside, which has been strongly holding. We can't even close above the 21 EMA. We have a hell of a shooting star candle with that silver cross, and we have now a fresh drive of bearish divergence. It's looking quite bad. And now we are breaking these highs on momentum while price is making a lower high, giving us a possible drive of hidden bearish divergence along with our regular bearish divergence. It's a recipe for some disaster. And right now, volatility is sitting at 2% at extreme lows, while we have confirmed bearish divergence and about to confirm a drive of hidden bearish divergence. Quite bad. 3-day has a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence on this last close, and this is going to be active also as long as you're closing below 5.26%, while volatility is now at extreme lows at 9.5%, and you would have an easy target from there somewhere between your simple moving average and your bearish control zone. Simple moving average is your minimum number, very likely you go towards the bearish control zone. The simple moving average is at 4.27%, very close to our nice 4.2 for 420. And our bearish control zone sits at about 3.89%. This is very close to our monthly 100. Likely we go a little bit lower. Oh, this is a cool number, 4.69.
And that's a continue rising above.
Yeah, but you shouldn't really take this number very seriously. This continue rising above. I don't use this at all. I only really use it for the RSI targets, this thing. 2-day, nothing. Daily currently has regular hidden, or not regular, currently has hidden bullish divergence, very close to invalidation. It will be invalidated if you can close below 4.75%. And we are forming a bearish engulfing candle on the daily. Well, volatility is now starting an expansion phase from extreme lows. Oh, very cool. Let's get my horizontal line. $4-hour, nothing. Now we will switch to the corns. We will switch to the maize. Okay. Quarterly still has that active hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active now. The invalidation number has changed. Before it was 76,702. Now it's a little bit more difficult to invalidate it. Now you'll have to close below 74,441. Good job, bulls. Muy bien. And your target off of that divergence is going to be the critical zone, which did update. Before it was at 204,000. Now it's at 201,000. Didn't really update that much. Monthly has once again did it on previous month's close, not this one, but it did invalidate the bearish divergence and put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence by breaking these previous lows and putting in a higher low on price. And your next, you're gonna have two targets from here. Your easy target is the simple moving average, and your more realistic target is the critical zone. Simple moving average is about $116,000, ever so slightly new higher all-time highs. And the critical zone is sitting at about $167,000. Volatility is now once again sitting at extreme lows. Interesting. So this monthly setup is now once again brewing a setup. It is now
Damn it. Just one more second, guys. 1 second.
Now not indeed.
Wait, say it again. The monthly, I'm sorry. Go back to the monthly because everything you said literally got cut off. The monthly's brewing a setup. That's literally it.
The monthly previously had confirmed above that 15%, but now we are back below that 15% area. So if we do get a monthly closure below the 15% level, then the previous monthly setup is going to be invalidated and we're going to be looking for another one. But we haven't gotten, this is the key word, we haven't gotten that close that confirms the monthly volatility to be in a contraction phase. So it's still more likely than not that this volatility will go back into an expansion phase before this monthly candle closes, because we still have that 100% probability of that monthly setup playing out. But if we do, by the end of this month, confirm volatility to the downside, volatility to the contraction, that's going to be our first failure for that monthly setup not playing out. And that's going to be one for the books because we haven't had a failure yet, and that's going to be the first one. But right now, it's not confirmed. It's just volatility just starting to go into a contraction phase. We have to get the closure for the candle to confirm it.
It better not fail, because then I'm going to be so mad. I'm going to punch Kathy Woods in the ovaries because she promised me certain things. Okay?
I'm pretty sure a woman of her age doesn't have any ovaries.
Exactly. So I'm not committing a crime.
I am gonna borrow one of Alex's wonderful things here. I'm sure he doesn't mind. Okay,
you should see his face. He totally minds.
fuck you. I'm going to kill you in your sleep tonight.
Wait a minute.
All right. So the 2 week right now still has regular. Why do I keep saying regular when I mean hidden? I keep saying regular hidden bullish divergence. It's a contradiction.
I don't know.
But 2 week has that hidden bullish divergence active, and now we have broken all of our previous lows on momentum. So now we've got, while our divergence is still active, we're putting in another possible drive of hidden bullish divergence on this low here, and this divergence is going to be confirmed with any close over $110,617. That will give us 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the 2 week with a looming volatility setup. Volatility is now in that expansion phase above that moving average, and we are very close to getting to that 15%. We are going to touch more on this in the momentum chart. But the RSI target from getting these 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence would be the critical zone. And right now, the critical zone sits at about $174,000. A lot of things are giving us that $170,000 area. If it was just one setup, I wouldn't have taken it as, or I wouldn't have put as much weight on it. But a lot of things are giving us 170. Weekly now is putting in a drive of hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm with any close over about $108,537. And that will give us a target of the critical zone, which right now sits at about $118,000, $119,000. $118,000 number has been prophesized to happen for the past couple of months now. So we have to do it. We have to tap that $118,000 number for the culture. Right now, volatility is contracting. Very, very likely, once you get that close over 108,537, volatility is going to expand with that hidden bullish divergence, and then we can send it. Let's see. I'm curious just to see if this gives me any relevant numbers. Yeah, let me zoom in a little bit. Oh, $120,000 is the 161.8 extension, and 130s is the 268. About 150s is the 360, 261. I mean, and 150s is the 361. Very interesting. 6 days, yeah, 6 days. Still got that hidden bullish divergence active. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over 98,330, which did kind of tell you beforehand that we were in a more long-term bullish posturing, because we had that bullish divergence that did confirm on this previous 6-day close, and that would have a target of the critical zone right now with volatility at extreme lows, and the critical zone sits at same $118,000 level. So I'm guessing that is what I will switch my TP from TP2 from the longs, that long at that monthly 5 EMA, switch it to from 114 to 118. Damn, all these people who are just watching on YouTube are getting the sauce for free.
That's what I'm
3
saying.
days. Yeah,
Well worth
all they have to do is give us their time,
Mm-hmm.
which is arguably worth more than the money.
Let me say this. Lots of people's time is not worth shit, and it's their fault.
That's true,
Okay.
though.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah, a lot of times I will pay a lot of money to save the time. Like whenever we're at the airport and they're like, "Oh, you can pay $75 for a taxi, or you can wait an hour and you can pay $35 for the shuttle." And I'm like, no,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
no
grab an hour in
way.
the taxi.
Same.
I'll lose more money sitting there for an hour.
Yep.
Yeah, for real.
3-day currently has active hidden bullish divergence as well, half the time frame of the 6-day, and that divergence will also be active as long as you're closing over $98,330, and you're now putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence, because I do believe you are below these lows. Yep, you are currently below these lows, and I will confirm with any close above about 108,537, same number as before. So that will give you 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the 3-day, giving you 2 targets. One is the bullish control zone, the other one is the critical zone. Bullish control zone right now sits at about $120,000, number that has been prophesized, and the critical zone is at about $159,000. Pretty close to that 160. And 3 days now, extreme lows on volatility. We are just about to get into an expansion phase. We are right at that moving average. Both are at 4.76%. 2 days, is it? No, my bad. No divergence. Is there divergence between these 2 points? There's a hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points right here. Is not very much of it in divergence though. It will be confirmed with any close over about 108,795, and that will give us a target of the critical zone, which is at about 135,000. Oh, same number again. And 2 day is now sitting at many periods of 0% volatility. Daily is currently invalidating the hidden bearish divergence, and it will invalidate with any close over about 107,575. And that invalidating will give us an easy target of the bullish control zone, which is at about 109, not much higher than where we are now. But since volatility is expanding from extreme lows, now giving us a daily volatility setup, that will give us more likely target of the critical zone, which is right now at 125, the prophesized number once again. Let's see the type of moves we get from these daily setups once it plays out. Let's get this example right here. This one gave us volatility expansion. This one moved up about 15.5%. Let's get another example. So let's do the downside. This one, no. This one gave us the volatility expansion. No, not really a good example. Here's another good example. The fuck. About 12%, very close to 15.5%. Here's another one. %, and then about 49%. I'm more looking for one of those 10 to 15% numbers. 10% once again. We have one more example. About 6%. So let's take it from where we are, where we expanded from this time around. We expanded on this candle here. Take it about minimum move of about 6%, brings us to about $113,000. 10% brings us to about 117.5, and 15% brings us to about $123,000. Lines up with our critical zone at 125. Come on. Side comment, it's extremely hot in this apartment.
Well, it's just because the AC is not working, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they said
This much
by one.
This much money
said
and
by
the AC
one.
is not working.
It'll fully be cooled. So hopefully they'll be right and they fixed it.
Fingers crossed for you boys.
Gave them such a large deposit and we're suffering in heat.
Well, at least you don't have explosive diarrhea, so there's that. Just always look at the bright side.
That's true.
That's true. and you don't have access to the stomach medicine that actually works.
That's also true. So see, you can be screwed one way, I can be screwed another way.
It's called picot.
Sal de uvas picot.
Quarterly on tether dominance still pointed very heavily to the downside, and interestingly enough, this pivot did not move on the quarterly close. I think it actually moved up, but I'm not sure. Let me confirm. Bar replay isn't available for this. I believe it was somewhere around 5.5%. So now I moved up to around 5.78%, which is quite bearish to see the quarterly pivot move up. Now we will look at. Did volatility start expanding? Oh shit! Volatility went into an expansion phase. Momentum heavily pointed to the downside. Very, very cool. And we've got a nice deviation of this meme line right here. This green meme line giving you a minimum target of going to this meme line at about that 4.49% area. And as long as we are closing above this 2.23% closing higher low, we are eventually going to confirm hitting bullish divergence on Tether, and that's going to be the start of our fun shorting market for crypto. That's when we can blindly short any shitcoin you see that's green on the day, and you'll make money. You're actually probably better off shorting shitcoins that are green on the day than shorting Bitcoin because it's easier
Yeah.
money. Monthly, and the more fun, a fun part about that is the 99% of the market is going to be losing money. So you're going to be the only person pulling green PNLs shorting their shitcoins.
Yeah. Well,
While all the
everyone's,
community members are freaking out and melting down, you're going to be sitting back and looking at your PNL.
no. Those retails will be adding to their
Oh yeah,
longs
definitely.
because remember,
And it's
alt
very
season's coming. Raul Paul told me that.
and it's very, very funny and satisfying to go into their chats, their groups, and just post your short PNLs. They get very triggered.
I
They
try
act
not to
like
interact with people.
they act like you yourself single-handedly are bringing the prices down.
It's pretty fun.
Quarterly, monthly give us exactly what I was looking for this past couple of weeks on Tetherly. Tether. I said Tetherly. Is that monthly momentum was pointed to the upside, and the pivot was around the low fours. But we were approaching the edge of the bearish control zone, which we are there now. And I was saying the pivot is likely going to go up significantly. And the pivot did go up significantly. Now it's at 4.79%, and much easier for the bears to flip it down now. And my bias is by the end of this month, we will be below this 4.79% area, and bears are going to flip this momentum down on the monthly. And once Tether freshly flips down on the monthly, that's when the fun starts. The last time we freshly flipped down the monthly was October of 2024. And we went down about, from closing, flipping down, another 29% to the downside. That correlates to somewhere around a 40 to 50% move up on Bitcoin. And while we did flip down, we did get a bearish retest. We got a bounce of around 5.58%, correlates to somewhere around a 10% dump ski on Bitcoin. That was just a bearish retest, and then we dumped from there. Two week is now giving us that volatility setup on Tether. Last time we had a volatility setup, we did play out to the downside on Tether, and that was in October of 2024 once again. And we had a massive dump ski on Tether and a pretty large pump ski on Bitcoin, and pretty much all cryptos. And with Bitcoin dominance looking extremely bullish, Bitcoin giving us setups, Tether giving us setups, it's very likely that altcoins will not be joining in on the fun if Bitcoin does break even. Right now, 2 week Tether is currently pointed to the downside, which is very likely what's going to happen with a monthly. And 2 week is going to be pointed down below 5.24%, very close to that 5.26% area of the previous wick highs right over here. Weekly is also now fully contracted on volatility, almost fully contracted on volatility, getting just above that extreme lows area, and we are currently pointed to the upside on the weekly, and we will be pointed up as long as we're closing over 4.64%. But basically, the same idea as the monthly is that we are still within the bearish control zone, and once we get to the edge of the bearish control zone, this pivot likely does change, and that probably very likely puts in hidden bearish divergence as well. And what also should be seen as being even more bearish is now we have a deviation of all of our major EMAs. On this little bearish retest bounce, this meme line, we closed over our 9, 21, and 55, and we went all the way to the 100, rejected the 100, and now we've closed below all of them. We've even closed below the 5 EMA, and we're just getting a bearish retest of them. We're once again below that 5 EMA, and this makes the odds insurmountably high, that's a good word, that we're very likely going to at a minimum come to this meme line. And even if we're bearish on Tether, we're very likely going to get a bounce from this meme line. And that correlates with somewhat of a little pullback on Bitcoin, probably from our all-time highs. And then probably we're going to smash through this meme line. And our next bounce area for me is at that very, very low 4% area for a slight bounce right in this zone. And then the monthly 100 at that 3.5. And this area right here probably correlates somewhere around $120,000 on Bitcoin. Now, monthly 100 is probably somewhere around mid to high 130s to maybe 140s. 5 days also flipped to the upside with volatility fully contracted, now sitting at 2%. And momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above 4.48%. 2 days now also giving us a volatility setup. Very, very, very close to getting an expansion. And we are currently freshly flipped to the downside, projecting the bullish control zone, and we are going to be pointed down below 4.99%. And we're also about to deviate all of our major EMAs on the 2 day as well. And we are now sitting at extreme lows, almost 0%, 1.98%. For all intents and purposes, might as well be at 0%. Daily is now getting an expansion on volatility from extreme lows. Very, very interesting. Very close to breaking above that 15% area, and we will be flipped down below as long as we're closing below 4.93%. So let's get an example of the last time we had a setup that fired off to the downside. That was this one right here in May of 2025. It's kind of redundant to say 2025 because we already know that. And we expanded right here. We went down about from this setup immediately about 12%, eventually about 14%. Let's get another example. This one's also to the downside. Started expanding after this candle. We went down immediately about 7.5%. Find another one to the downside. Not much. I can use this one. About 8%. 7 to 8% seems to be the minimum number. Here's another example. Immediately about 6.5%, very close to that 8% number. Got a little bit of a bounce, and then we moved down about 30%. And one more example, and then we'll call it. Nope. Come on, give me one to the downside. There we go. Beautiful. This was a touch and go example. Expanded above this level here. Immediately it moved down of about 13%. Very close to the 9-10% number, and then 34%, very close to the 30% number. Now we'll take it from where we started expanding now. Excuse me, my bad. We are currently down about 2.5%. Let's see about 5 to 6%. That brings us to about 4.69%. Now let's take it to about 9-10%. 4.4 to 4, about 4.4%. Now let's do about 30%. Oh, what do you know? It brings us perfectly to our monthly 100. Very nice, very cool. 4 hours is now about to freshly get into a volatility expansion, and very likely once you lose this 4-hour 200 on a closing basis, or you wick below about 4.76%, this volatility will start expanding, and momentum is freshly to the downside right now, and it is going to be with a dope of death, and it is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 4.93%. And the last time, let's see, that we had this setup, we already did it on the daily. Let's flip back to the Bitcoins. Quarterly on Bitcoin is pointed heavily to the upside still. Pivot did go up slightly, but not really anything of concern. It was previously pivoted up above $95,000. Now it is currently pointed up as long as you're above $98,550. And we are currently still getting volatility expansion from the lowest level ever. And we are putting in possible hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. And that will confirm with any close over about 111,965. Monthly has now shifted back into the contraction phase on the volatility, but we have not closed the monthly candle just yet, so it has not confirmed just yet. It has not invalidated the monthly volatility setup, which still does have a 100% hit rate. But if we close in confirming the volatility contraction, that will be the first setup, volatility setup in history on the monthly that has failed. Which right now I'm still not on the side thinking that the monthly setup is going to fail. I do think it's going to end up playing out. And right now, momentum is going to be flipped to the upside as long as you're above $95,200. If you guys remember, this pivot was previously around $103,800. So this pivot has dropped by around, what is that, $8,000, which is extremely bullish, extremely bullish to see the pivot drop by this much. And that makes it another point in the camp that it's very likely that monthly setup does fire off to the upside. Right now, you do have monthly giving you a fresh drive, a possible drive of hidden bullish divergence, already confirming a drive of hidden bullish divergence. 2 week is giving you a confirmed hidden bullish divergence with another possible drive of hidden bullish divergence about to confirm. That one will confirm with any close over $110,617, which we are very close to, with 2 week also giving you a volatility setup. 2 week has now started the expansion phase, getting over that 15, not over 15%, getting over the moving average, pretty close to the 15%. 5 day also has a volatility setup. 2 days got a volatility setup. Daily is already firing off the volatility setup, and daily is firing off currently to the upside with momentum to the upside, making it extremely likely that the 2 day fires off to the upside, which bleeds into the 5 day, which then bleeds into the monthly, which is usually what we always have whenever we have these busting action moves. Is we'll start with the daily setup, which will then bleed into the 2 day, which then bleeds into the 5 day, then bleeds into the monthly, and then these setups usually take around, I want to say, 2 to 3 months to fully play out. And you do have multiple pullbacks in between, but if you switch to the monthly chart, those pullbacks are not visible at all on the monthly chart. It's usually only on the 4 hour and the daily that you can really even see those pullbacks. And we're very close, basically just a ball sack hair away from confirming officially that we are in the season where you can basically blindly ape and long Bitcoin. I don't want to say altcoins, but Bitcoin specifically, and you will probably make money. We are very close to those confirmations. Basically, we've got a lot of them in my book already. Just the final ones are waiting to be confirmed. And right now, the invalidation is going to be getting either a tick below about $74,441 or getting a weekly close below about $92,900. Either one of those two things happens, I think we're going to break down and we're probably going to enter our bear market. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I think if we do see a move to the downside, it's very likely going to be somewhere around that monthly 5 EMA, which is currently at about $101,000, maybe around $100,000. I don't really think we're going to go below $100,000. And if we do go around that area, I do think it's going to be a gift and a very high opportunity zone. And I would put my stop loss at about $98,300. And then from there, I would be looking for all-time highs. Aside from those invalidations, which I just gave you. And the significant zones are around $118,000, which I do think we're going to get a rejection on the first tap around. Then somewhere around $120,000 to $125,000. Then about $130,000, and then about $145,000 to $150,000. Those are all very significant levels. If that monthly setup does fire off, though, that would likely, if we go to the 6-month HPDR on the index, oh fuck, this is not the HPDR. Just want to close off on this. Very valuable that you mentioned that 6-month HPDR.
Oh, you should look
Because
at
right
it with the. Sorry, as a side note, and Alex too. If you, I mean, you guys enjoy looking at charts. The USD, basically the peso dollar, the euro, the Great British Pound, DXY, Bitcoin, and the S&P 500. Those are fun right now in the 6-month chart.
And if you look at the 6-month chart, there is a correlation between Bitcoin and the price and the HPDR levels, to where our bear market bottoms are usually almost, but not usually, they're always at the bottom of the 100% level on the HPDR, and our bull market tops are at the bottom of that 38.2%. Every single time our bull market tops are at that bottom 38.2%. Right now, we are reclaiming that. Actually, they're right around the bottom 38.2% and the median. This is the only time we're our top. The median has been away from the bottom 38.2%. This one right here, the median was right over here where we hit it. We went slightly higher, but at that we had already tapped the median. Median right here for this top. This one right here, median was right there. We tapped it basically every single time. Right now, we are getting over that 38.2%. Right now, that bottom 38.2% is sitting at $107,700 or $107,800. This is going to be our quarterly or bi-yearly resistance. Once we get over this area, we've got basically a slingshot to the median. And right now, the median is sitting at very, very high numbers. These are George numbers, not quite Kathy numbers, but they're George numbers, sitting at $212,800. The number is still sitting in the back of my mind from that highly respectable person of $250,000. And that's what that 6-month median would give you. It's around $212 to $250,000. But aside from those invalidations, I'm not saying this number anywhere near this number. All I'm saying is the important levels of around $118,000, $120 to $125, $135, and around $145 to $150 aside from those invalidations. That's what I've got for the Bitcoins.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all for the Bitcoins. Thank you so much, sir.
Right after, we're going to look. Yeah. You're going to
I'm gonna go downstairs to the business room so I can connect to the Wi-Fi.
All righty. We got the S&P 500 and Tesla next. Either way, I'm going to do this one. Sounds good.
All right, I'll be back in a bit.
Ok, aquí tenemos el gráfico de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros.
Compren su Bitcoin, que el dólar se va a cero. Se va a ir a cero y nadie quiere verlo. Todo el mundo dice que el dólar es el mejor, pero se va a ir a cero.
Y hemos visto que están viendo en un gráfico diario. Simplemente muy alcista, continuamos acá, tuvimos un bajo más alto que los pasados de aquí atrás y ahora estamos en esta fase de consolidación. Esta fase de consolidación también, si la empezamos a ver, lleva un rato. Esto estamos hablando de noviembre del 2024 que empezó a donde estamos ahorita. En este rango, solamente perdió el rango en esta situación donde esto fue un S&P claro y ahora estamos aquí arriba una vez más consolidando. Ahora, ustedes saben que este tipo de formaciones son mis favoritas cuando tenemos esto, también el diccionario, cuando tenemos esto y luego tienes consolidación que va así, esa es la famosa cup and handle, ¿no? Ahora, ¿cómo lo medimos? Perfecto, déjame, me aviento para adelante. ¿Cómo lo medimos? Lo vamos a medir así, de la siguiente manera, brother. Te vas al punto más bajo del precio, lo llevas a donde va básicamente la parte alta de la copa y digamos que esto fuera a romper, ¿no? Esto nos tendría que dar un objetivo por ahí de $140,000. ¿Se les hace loco? A mí no tanto, honestamente. Esto trae mucha fuerza. Con eso dicho, les voy a poner Bitcoin en la mensual rápidamente, solamente para que vean cómo continuamos en tendencia alcista. Estamos abriendo nuestra nueva vela mensual desde la última vez que nos vimos. También nuestra última vela trimestral, también nuestra vela de 6 meses. Estamos teniendo todos estos velazos. Pueden ver, yo creo que Bitcoin en la de 6 meses es honestamente una de las cosas más alcistas que vas a ver junto con el gráfico de Nvidia y el S&P 500. Vean esto, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 barras de 6 meses verdes. Eso quiere decir 1 año, 2 años y medio y ahora esta va a ser los 3 años. Podemos tener 3 años solamente de up only. El récord había sido 1, 2, 1, 2 y medio. Esto había sido el récord, 2 años y medio. Antes de eso habíamos tenido mixed bag acá, habíamos tenido solamente 4 y ahora tenemos el récord completamente de esto. Güey, la deuda, el dólar, la escapatoria, Bitcoin, Donald Trump me lo recomendó, por eso. Ahora, algo que hemos notado y lo viendo en el HPDR en esto, y es un desmadre por acá, más allá de la formación alcista, lo que hemos visto es que esto, no entiendo por qué sigue abriéndose eso, discúlpenme, que esto normalmente topea en la parte baja de la zona roja. Ya tocamos la parte baja de la zona roja acá, tal cual en julio, también lo tocamos acá, la tocamos acá. Cualquiera de estas zonas hubiera sido una gran entrada para quien sea. Y ahora estamos en la zona azul justamente en la media. Algo que mantener en mente. Si podemos romper donde está la media, que está en los 108,190, vamos a tener un objetivo de los $187,000. $187,000. Bajó tremendamente la media en esto, pero este no es el índice. Déjenme, voy al índice, que es el que me va a dar la mejor cantidad de datos. Es justamente esto. Acá todo lo que hemos visto siempre que llegamos a un fondo, estamos en la parte roja del índice. Esto tiene más datos que mi tabla de Coinbase para que sepan qué es. Y ahora estamos en la parte baja de la zona azul. Nuestra media está en los $212,000. $212,000. Sé que suena ridículo, pero normalmente este gráfico topea ¿dónde? En la parte alta de la zona azul, en la parte baja de la zona azul o en la media. Y acá lo pueden ver en esto, lo pueden ver acá, parte baja de la zona azul. Esta que fue para el 50%. Esta fue la parte baja de la zona azul. Y desde entonces no hemos entrado ni ido una vez más desde el 2022. Por ende, entrando acá, este podría ser el tope o este de acá en los $212,000. Güey, qué fácil, no estás dando nada de información, exacto. Y también está preparando un cero de volatilidad del punto más bajo casi en toda la historia en esta tabla de 6 meses. 3 meses, 8 de la mañana, Trump, Putin, Trump, ¿no? 3 meses. No sabía yo el cero de volatilidad. Y ahora, junto con momentum, atentos, estamos apuntando para abajo, empezando esto. Todavía no estamos oficialmente contrayendo porque no estamos por debajo de la media, pero atención, se viene. Ahora, estamos intentando romper la media. Nos ha rechazado en cada una de nuestras oportunidades, pero un rechazo de la media esta vez va a venir en los $165,000. Eso es lo que los alcistas estarían buscando en este gráfico de 3 meses. Interesante. Mensual tenemos volatilidad. Había estado expandiendo con la subida, pero ahora está contrayendo por debajo del 15%, que es esta línea meme. Impresionante. Y nuestra media se encuentra en los $145,000, entrando en la zona azul. Deberíamos de tener como objetivo nuestra media, ya que no hay nada más en medio del precio y etcétera. Esto debería ser nuestro objetivo en los $145,000 en la mensual. Ahora, Momentum está apuntando, volatilidad contrajo una vez más. Si esta volatilidad cierra el mes así, esto es lo que nos estaba explicando Farhan, si esta volatilidad cierra el mes, que todavía le faltan, puta madre, todo el mes básicamente, y cierra por debajo del 15% y se queda por acá, eso sería una invalidación de nuestro setup de volatilidad que tiene un 100% de hit rate a la alza y tendríamos que empezar a buscar otras oportunidades. También Momentum está apuntando para abajo en la mensual. 2 semanas, estamos por encima de la media, tenemos volatilidad todavía no expandiendo. Un segundo, puta madre. Tenemos volatilidad todavía no expandiendo. Lo pueden ver que está por acá, ya está por encima del promedio, pero todavía no por encima del 15%, por lo que vamos a tener más tiempo para esto. Pero si pueden notar, habíamos estado debajo de la media todo este tiempo y esta vez abrimos por arriba de la media. Eso es muy alcista. Tenemos como objetivo la parte alta del 38.2%, que serían $130,000, básicamente $129,000. Y como objetivo mínimo, tocar el 50%, que lo hemos hecho antes. Ese 50%, una vez más, está en $143,000. Continúa esta cosa con fuerza. Momentum está apuntando para arriba en la tabla de 2 semanas, lo que nos dice que nos da más confluencia en lo que acabamos de decir. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo en la semanal, pero acá venimos a apoyarnos en el promedio del 9 y después de caer por debajo de la media, después del rechazo, nos acordamos del promedio del 9 y ahora deberíamos ir a buscar estos $114,000. De poder romper estos $114,000, 398, vamos a tener una gran probabilidad de ir a los $136,000 acá en la semanal.
5 días, 8 de la mañana, Vladimir Putin.
Vamos a ver. 5 días, bien, nos está deteniendo y soportando el promedio del 9 y pueden ver que nuestra media está justamente en los 109,500, estamos a $1,000 de ella. De poder romper la media, $124,000 sería el siguiente objetivo y de ahí el 61.8%, simplemente por el tipo de movimiento de dónde viene, debería de llevarnos por acá a los $140,000. Esto es interesante. En la diaria tenemos expansión de volatilidad, lo pueden ver acá. Esta expansión de volatilidad no ha sido sencilla de seguir porque ha tenido bastantes empujones para arriba y para abajo. Pero lo padre de la diaria en el índice es que ya estamos a punto, o estamos en realidad rompiendo por $30 la media. De romper la media vamos a ir a altos históricos en 113,200 y de ahí con más probabilidad de ir a los 118, que es donde probablemente encontremos nuestra primera zona de resistencia si es que llegamos a esta zona. El precio podría llegar acá, bajar a la parte alta de la zona azul y después dar continuación a los objetivos más altos. Es lo que estamos viendo. Puesto sencillo y se los voy a poner con mi tabla pinche de Bitcoin. Ahí les va. Somos alcistas, pero podemos aprovechar la oportunidad que nos está presentando por acá, porque en realidad continuamos siendo altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, y acá está haciendo bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos. Todavía no podemos decir oficialmente que hemos roto toda esta tendencia bajista hasta que no nos llevemos al máximo histórico en los 112,000. Por ahora lo que más sentido tiene es simplemente entrar en corto y con invalidaciones sencillas y apretadas para ver si te da un movimiento. Ahora, no tiene que ser el movimiento que te va a llevar a $2,000 por Bitcoin, pero te puedes aprovechar de cualquier retroceso en esta zona a los 107, tal vez a tu 21.34 que lo has venido a tocar, o hasta el 55 en los 103,400. Todas estas son zonas de oportunidad, es lo que estamos viendo por acá. Bitcoin continúa siendo bastante alcista, está teniendo una consolidación potentísima que es muy alcista, pero hasta que no rompamos estos máximos por acá, no tenemos absolutamente nada. Déjenme pongo una de estas solamente para tenerlo claro. Cuando vean que el precio de Bitcoin está aquí arriba, aire limpio, aire limpio. Por ahora, seguimos peleando por acá y es mucho más sencillo simplemente entrar en un corto, si es que te quieres rifar, ¿no? Porque también podrías argumentar que vas contra tendencia porque estás por encima del 9.21.34, pero, una vez más, nada cuenta hasta que no te lleves estos máximos. Nada. Esto simplemente puede ser otro alto más bajo y boom, darse la vuelta. Y no estoy diciendo que se vaya a acabar, una vez más, puede voltearse y después explotar a la alza. Vamos a tener que estar pendiente. 4 horas, ¿qué nos dice? 4 horas estamos teniendo un breakout. Pueden ver acá lo fácil que es la invalidación. La primera en 104,797, que es casi 780. Puedes rifarte más con menos apalancamiento en los 108,959 o en la parte alta, en nuestros máximos históricos, los 110. Tienes todos estos altos para invalidarlo. Si estás entrando en un trade rápido, yo usaría esta invalidación de acá para irme y cualquier retroceso a la línea meme sería mi oportunidad para tirarlo al promedio del 9 tal vez, etcétera. Además, en la de 4 horas tenemos expansión en volatilidad. Vamos a ver si esto continúa empujando a la alza. La forma más sencilla de saberlo es simplemente pasando este máximo de acá en los $108,800. Le vamos a la dominancia de Bitcoin, que debería de continuar en esta trayectoria alcista. Vamos a ponerlo en la semanal para que no sea tanto, 2 semanas, para que no sea tanto ruido. Y podemos ver que continuamos en esta tendencia alcista en la que hemos estado desde el noviembre del 2022 y acabamos de hacer un nuevo máximo local, por lo que deberíamos de buscar un nuevo mínimo local para después ir a hacer un nuevo máximo local, porque después de un máximo sigue un mínimo y después del mínimo sigue un máximo, un alto, bajo, bajo, alto, ya, o sea, uno por uno, ¿no? Alto, bajo, alto, bajo, alto, bajo, podría ser. Y esto nos dice que Bitcoin va a continuar con fuerza y que te quedes fuera de los altcoins. Todavía no hay nada que te esté diciendo que es alt season, aparte de la gente que te diga eso en X o en todos lados. Si les va a hacer caso y no a la tabla, tienes que estar al pendiente de eso nada más, solamente, que la tabla es básicamente bastante obvia. La otra, dominancia de Tether. Dominancia de Tether. Básicamente estamos viendo que era lo que habíamos dicho acá, que vamos a encontrar resistencia y vamos a romper para abajo y eso nos debería llevar para arriba. Ahora, Tether tiene varias diferentes propuestas de volatilidad a punto de explotar, sobre todo vean en la diaria. Si continúa esta caída en la diaria va a ser muy alcista para Bitcoin y va a depender de que pasemos de este 15%. Mantengan un ojo acá en la diaria, es la cosa más fácil de ver. Si eso pasa, estás en corto, te sales de tu corto. ¿Ok? Si hay expansión de volatilidad acá en lo que empuja la vela, pierdes el S&P 200, este mínimo en los 4,74%. Bye, bye. Bye, bye, tío. Gracias. No me interesa estar en corto, quiero estar en largo. Pero por ahora no tiene el trade más sencillo, es ese trade tonto de Bitcoin. Bastante fácil. Y ahora, con el dólar continuando perdiendo terreno, ¿no? Que es lo que hemos estado platicando por un rato. Viendo al dólar todavía acá, esto nos dice que podemos tener más downside y eso es bueno para Bitcoin, ¿ok? Que no te engañen, tío. Esto es bastante fácil de jugar. La última vez que habíamos tocado el S&P 200 fue en febrero del 2018 y antes de eso en el 2015, en la mensual. Lo vamos a venir a tocar en los 91. Podría ser un alto más bajo sucio porque es más alto que estos en los 90s. Podría. Lo que yo he puesto es simplemente esta flechita, no por los niveles ni nada más porque sí, para que ilustrar el punto exagerado. Pero por ahora tienes al dólar, a DXY, empujando para abajo, y eso debería ser alcista para todo el riesgo, como lo estás viendo acá. Y eso está en orden. Lo que no está en orden son los bonos. Ahorita. Pero todo esto, el dólar debería continuar para abajo. Cuando encuentres su fondo, el dólar es cuando te sales de todo, tíos, porque el rebote va a ser bestial. Y ahora, puede que no sea el primero, pero ya veremos, ya veremos. Ahí lo tienen. Bitcoin bastante fácil. El trade más sencillo es un corto, simplemente porque está haciendo altos más bajos. Puedes invalidarlo súper sencillamente. La diaria te va a dar el mejor trade, en mi opinión, para eso. Aquí, si no quieres entrar porque hay mucho riesgo, está empujando, volatilidad, etcétera, más que entendido, no tienes por qué meterte, pero checa con USDT la dominancia de Tether en la diaria y ve si esta caída va a tener expansión por encima del 15% y sobre todo si te llegas a llevar este mínimo de los 4.75, muy probablemente vaya a tener mucha más fuerza la empujada a la alza en Bitcoin. Así que estén atentos con eso y vamos a darle a, what are you doing, Alex? The S&P 500? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, my bad. I was muted. ES1. Let's get through this. Pretty basic, pretty bullish chart. If you go to this weekly, right, it's kind of our ideas into this new weekly. You potentially could just see a little downside move. You slightly got that. Our idea was that you go back down to that 6,150 region, flipping resistance into support. What you see is on this weekly, you actually had that confirmed breakout on each BDR. You have volatility contracting, telling you that this contraction in volatility, which is interesting because, right, we started to actually reach the extremes on this move up. So the contraction would mean the opposite generally. But in very bullish charts, the contraction in volatility can just mean a more upside move, if not a actual consolidation. So in summary, I mean, you really shouldn't be bearish on this chart until you're actually under 6,150. Rather, you're just looking for any kind of pullbacks to lead to that consolidation. This either resets volatility or you just, start moving up slowly while volatility resets. For me, though, bulls are in control, and they'll be in control as long as you're above 6,012. And we talked about that zone being very important for ES1. 6,012 was a big spot. You're noticing before we broke out, what did we have? Well, you had a few tests of the apple, but you didn't break it down, and you could not lose 6,012. For me, this was a big sign to say, well, you're reaching towards the end of this. You potentially could actually get that breakout if 6,012 doesn't get lost. You had the daily 9 move up to around that zone before we ended up moving up. And that's exactly what occurred. So for me, as long as you're above 6,012, bulls are going to have the upper hand. Weekly is going to break out. And what we see here is you could have a shallow pullback to around that 6,200 to 6,210. But generally now you're kind of as a bull just looking for the move to keep continuing. At minimum, you want to see 6,300 get tapped before you potentially could get that deeper pullback that leads to the consolidation. But until then, this is just more of a hopium, and bulls, have the upper hand to keep pushing up. You see 2-day volatility is it even gave us a volatility setup, reset, and now it's expanding. You've seen this hit extremes many times before. So there's no reason why this can't have the potential to keep moving up, hit 6,300, and then potentially roll over, specifically when volatility is this contracted and expanding. You're noticing the 61.8% got reclaimed on the 2-day, and that's actually holding. That's sitting right around that $6,246 region. And what you'll notice is it's giving you the next objective to around the 78.6%. That is right around $6,309. So no matter how you look at it, if it's on a weekly, a 2-day, it seems to me like ES1 wants to make its move to 6,300 for potentially a pullback. So now maybe this could look something like this. You reach the 6,300, new macro high, very bullish.
God damn it. Alex is going to have to sit on your lap at the whatever service center or the business center.
And so backtesting what was
There's
resistance.
another office right next to mine, and they have
There you
Wi-Fi.
go. There you go, Alex. You can go again. I'm sorry.
Right.
You got cut off for a few seconds.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, my bad. So in summary, really, as long as 6,012 continues to hold, you're going to have the bullish bias that, yeah, we're going to continue to keep breaking out. And that's just what bulls are going to continue to do. For me, I want to see 6,300 get hit now, within the next day or two. Within this week, I'll say that. Give me a buffer at least. Before actually getting that pullback. All that pullback could still be as a flip of resistance into support while grinding out a higher low. We understand that the trend is up. We know that we don't just go up only. Even something as bullish as ES1 always forms weekly higher lows. It's just more a matter of when and where. And I think we should just be gauging 6,150 very closely. You're now trading within the gray zone of the chart, which is where you're going to put your stop if you're longing, where you're going to put your stop if you're shorting. And that's why for me, it's just better to wait for either the candles to show you some weakness, i.e. a shooting star, evening star, double top, inverse head and shoulders, something like that if you're going to be shorting. So at least you have an invalidation. Because currently what you have is a new daily high. You have potentially a higher low already in from yesterday. And as I showed on the 2-day, volatility is still freshly breaking out, giving us the bias that 6,300 could be hit, which is a 78.6%. We can look now and see how the monthly closed. And you can see that the monthly median is right around that 6,300. So what could we gather from that? Well, you're into shorting and you're trying to catch weakness. In my analysis so far, we've seen a daily, a weekly, and now a monthly, all lining up with giving us the $6,300 target being pretty big resistance. And that's just based on this monthly median. I mean, the last reaction when we went under the monthly median gave us that major move down in April. Then we've moved up and we're just slowly grinding up to that point. The bearish scenario here would be, yeah, we're going to keep moving up. Shorts here got, squeezed out. Fine. We're going to make a new high. Going up to the monthly median stops the rally before breaking down. You very well could hit 6,300 before going all the way back down to an interesting point, that 6,012 region. That's lined up really nice with the bottom 38.2%, almost at 6,000. So for me, in summary, you're watching 6,150 be support. Any pullback to that should be an opportunity. 6,150 was previous resistance. You need to start seeing that be flipped into support. If in doing so, this will give you a target to 6,300 where even on the daily view, you're at the 88.3% at that point. You're at the monthly median. And lastly, you're potentially going to hit the weekly 61.8%. So you should be gauging cautious around this region. You should not be aggressively scaling longs up here, even so on a weekly breakout, because you very well could get a little more upside and then a rejection down. And that's just based on how strong the monthly median is for ES1. So I would be, somewhat cautious up here, bullishly cautious. Cautiously bullish is the correct way to say it. And I would just be really gauging the weekly 5. I'd be watching this to step up to around that 6,150. There, if you get any weekly closures under 6,150, you're back within this range, and you can then get a trade down to 6,012. Very simple. That's the bottom of the 38.2%. It's not really until you lose 6,012 where, we can aggressively start shorting this, targeting around 5,800 to 5,780. But until then, bulls are really just going to be looking at 6,150 to be flipping the support, similar to what we saw with 6,012. So that's all I have on ES1. Watch carefully for a little bit more upside. This could play in nicely with Bitcoin getting that moved up to 1093, 1098, ES1 coming up a little higher, and then we roll over in sequence. If you start seeing 6,300 get reclaimed, that will be bullish, and you'll just be looking at that as potentially being flipped into support. But I'll keep saying this: 6,150 is the new zone. You're not really looking to be aggressively longing up here until you get this. So, yeah, that's all I have on ES1. Very straightforward. You're just in the midst of a breakout.
Alrighty. Am I muted? Oh no, I'm not muted. Let us search for the Nazi company. Alright, so I'll start with a quarterly on Tesla. Right now, momentum is technically flipped to the downside because we are below the moving average, but it is very, very close to flipping back up. And I'm thinking within this next quarterly open, depending on a few key things happening, I do think it will flip back up and get back over the moving average. And I will tell you whenever we zoom in on price action. Right now, volatility is now officially in extreme lows. It's sitting at 14.8%, sitting below that 15% area. This is the area where Tesla does like to expand on volatility from. Last time we were at this a little bit lower than where we are now. It was when we had our major dump ski to our bottom in 2022. When we were around this level in 2020 is when we on volatility is when we had our major busting action. We went how much percent to the upside from this volatility expansion? Immediately about 960%, then eventually about 1364% to the upside after that volatility expansion. Pretty crazy. Then we have another level of volatility around this area, which was to the upside as well, and that was a move of around 80%. Yeah, 80% seems like nothing compared to that 1360% move now. Here's another similar level of volatility right here. We moved up 44%, so the minimum move at this point seems to be around 40%. So if we were to take roughly 40% from this area right around here, from this close, 40% brings us to around $447. It's basically to my top meme line to a T, around $440-ish. If we take around 80%, that's a little bit more of a fun number. That brings us to around $575. Very cool. Let's see, the last time that we flipped up on our momentum was around this zone here. How much of a move up did we get? We flipped up right over there. So after this close, this was a move to the upside of about 177%. So even an 80% move wouldn't be that crazy based off of the quarterly setup on momentum. Quarterly right now does have a buy signal on the jewel, and we do have two closures on that buy signal, so it is a confirmed buy signal on the jewel. And notice how we broke this low here on the jewel while price action was trading around like $11 to $14. And then this low here, price action was trading around $138. So we're significantly higher than these lows here, while momentum went lower, giving us very big hidden bullish divergence. And right now, from that low, how much have we gone up on that hidden bullish divergence? About 177%. Seems like a lot, yeah. It is a decent amount. But then you got to remember, Tesla is one, a volatile asset, and two, this is a quarterly hidden bullish divergence. Probably not going to stop at that 177%. Probably going to keep going up. And also you got to remember, because this is a quarterly chart, it's going to take a long time for these setups to play out. Like, you probably won't see the extent of this setup for probably maybe another 1.5 or 2 years. Monthly. So don't just be like, oh, it's bullish on the quarterly, so now I've got a max leverage long right now, right here. That's how you'll lose your entire account. On the monthly, we on this last closure, we did manage to hold all of our major EMAs. We got a wick all the way down to the 21, but we closed over even our 5 EMA. Right now, we did open below our our 9 EMA, but we are getting a nice bounce, a nice move up. We want to see ideally for me to confirm the bottom would be in. You wouldn't technically confirm a local bottom, but I would consider it a local bottom is closing over the 5 EMA. If we can't close over that 5 EMA at about $314, let's say 35 cents, I would give us a target of hitting at a minimum this 38.2%, right around $390. But since you are so close to that $400 area, I do think you're going to end up going towards the median, which is around like $450. But that would be with a closure for that 5 EMA. By technical terms, to confirm a local bottom, you would need to close over this quick high of $357.54. If you close over there, by technical terms, you would have a local bottom. And notice how this low here on momentum broke this low here on but price actually made a higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence, where confirming the local bottom closing over 357.54 would give you that hidden bullish divergence, and that technical target would be your all-time highs, where you'd probably most likely go to your 38.2%, which is right now at about $546, ever so slightly new all-time highs. And very likely that will be a local top area because of how high we are getting in volatility. Volatility will likely be topped out once we're trading in that $500 area. Right now on the 2-week, we are getting a short-term pullback signal with losing the 38.2%. We are closing tomorrow, and we are it goes along with rejecting the bullish control zone. If we lose this 38.2%, very likely momentum is going to shift down, and we're going to have a minimum target of hitting this meme line, which lines right up almost perfectly with the median at about $275. Very likely somewhere between 275 and this 55 EMA at around like very nice, $269. Very nice number. Somewhere around that area, but high probability this is going to be a bounce zone. And from here, I would be looking to go into the 400s. If you guys are trading on BTCC, which you should be trading on BTCC, I would personally high leverage long that 280 to about $270 area. And I put my stop loss, relatively high leverage. And I put my stop loss at this wick low of around $214. And my first target for TP would be about this 38.2%, around like $320. Target 2 would be this rejected wick high at $365. Target 3 would be this wick high at around your all-time high at around $485. And your moon bag target would be somewhere around $700. But you would have most of your long close by that time at your all-time highs. And then you can wait for your consolidation around your all-time highs, and you can re-enter your profits if you want. That's how you roll your profits back into the casino. Right now, see if there's any divergence. Not really. Actually, there is a little bit of hidden bearish divergence present because we have a high right here. We have another high lower, but price made a lower high. Momentum went higher, price made a lower high, giving us possible hidden bearish divergence. But to confirm that hidden bearish divergence, you will have to make a local bottom. And to make a local bottom, you need to close below about $281. And if you close below that $281 area, that will give you an easy target of that 55 EMA, which is right around that $269, $270 area. Right now on the 2-week, the jewel is giving us a buy signal. As it confirmed, we have gotten a closure, so we have confirmed that buy signal within the bearish control zone. This is a higher low, not a low, so no divergence. This is a little bit of a sombering detail is that we have gotten a sell signal on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow. So this light blue buy signal, it doesn't really mean moon as long as we are below this cross. If we can get the light blue oscillator above the yellow and get it into the bullish control zone, then we would have invalidated that cross, and I would be looking for all-time highs basically. Let's get some data off of this, how much we usually like to move up off of these 2-week buy signals. And we might have the cross, but nonetheless, we do have a buy signal. All right. Has Ross Gerber sold yet? That's what I want to know. Do, 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 do. That song is quite relevant right now. You know which one I'm talking about, Alex?
No, which song?
Bad Bunny song.
Oh yeah.
You know what he's saying?
No.
He's like,
Well, he's talking
I
about like
wish we took
hard
more pictures, and he's like, well, when we were
Oh,
together, I wish we took more pictures and had more kisses.
damn.
54%.
Okay, well, Bitcoin's at the big zone.
26.66%.
Bitcoin's at a 1096 now.
91%.
All eyes.
91%. Breaking in, breaking in.
The Academy long that we posted, that I updated with your entry, is almost a TP3 now.
Nice. Proven that monthly setup once again correct.
So we'll watch right there, right in this region.
Good
So we just
Lord,
hit
this
the-
setup gave us. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say we just hit the 5-day median. You can keep going.
This dual signal over here gave us a 2,000% move, and it did it 2,069%. It knows how to do it with class. So safe to say that this one move would have probably paid for the draw. %. That seems to be the low end number of somewhere around 25 to 30%.
I do like your point of view that he's going to come correct for that long opportunity at a lower price and then hit up, because right now, like the Trump Elon feud, even though it had some downside, it hasn't been really that good, I think.
Yeah, Tesla likes to really move down when it moves down.
Yeah, and we need everyone, like the same usual suspects, because you mentioned Ross Gerber, who's the biggest joke in the world.
You need to tell Elon to resign.
But not exactly. We need that, and we haven't gotten that. We haven't gotten that yet.
And he needs to publicly sell the bottom.
Basically, we need some of that.
All right, so we've only seen them move up of around 14% so far. The minimum move is around 25 to 30%. Thinking about 30%. %30 brings us basically exactly to my meme line of around $418 to $420. $420 would be absolutely poetic, would it not? It's just like Tesla. It's just like Tesla to make a move right to $420. Get a nice little rejection. Get everyone to think the local or the next lower high is in. Get all the shorts piling in. But to be honest, it is worth taking the short in that area because your risk is so good and you are very likely to reject by a little bit, even if you are bullish, at least a little bit overtaking this area. And if you were to take it by risk basis for your stop loss, you're about a little high. It's around 16.75%. Maybe keep it at like a 2x leverage, something like that. And for that short, and then your reward would be you'd be looking for somewhere around at a minimum this zone right here, which is around basically the same reward for your favorite 1-to-1, which is not really the best. Somewhere around here where your TP2 would be around like that $300 area, that's where it's more worth it. That's about like 26-27%, although it's a lot less likely than the previous zone. So now weekly right now is positioned to the downside. It is currently putting in a possible hidden bullish divergence. We are getting into the bearish control zone with volatility currently expanding and the jewel giving us a fresh sell signal. Right now, it is going to be a little bit difficult to confirm that hidden bullish divergence you would have to close above about $357.54. But if that does confirm, you will have a target at a minimum of hitting your current all-time highs at around $488. It's a very big but though. 5-day right now is on the verge of a breakdown, with momentum getting very close into the bearish control zone and volatility currently in an expansion contraction state. If we do close below 38.2%, momentum is going to break into the bearish control zone, and volatility very likely is going to confirm expansion, and that should give us a pretty aggressive move towards that $300 zone, which is not really that much lower. It's only about $13 below that area. If we start to lose $300 on a closing basis, that's where we're going to go towards our 5-day 200 around $250-ish. And still at that point, technically we could bounce at 200, and it would take out all of the liquidity that's very likely in this at this low right here, because this low lines up perfectly with this meme line. Probably a lot of people have their stop losses, so it still could be bullish at this zone. It's just less likely. I would just be more on the side of the bears at this zone here. And the confirmation for the bears would be a loss of this 200, but not just one closure below it. I would want to see 2 closures below it, because what Tesla likes to do is deviate this shit. We got 1 close, or 3 actually, the rule of 3s. We got 1 close, we got a retest of it, rejection, and then blast through it. We got 1 close back over it. We got 1 close, blast through it. So we never really get 3 solid closes below it. And whenever we do get 3 solid closes below it, that's when we start to chop, and we don't really want to buy into Tesla. We start to reclaim and get 3 closes above, that's when you want to buy into Tesla. But right now, around that $300 zone, and then the next level is that 200, around $250-ish. And if you were to enter around that $300 zone at about $300, you would put your stop loss at around like $270, and then if that gets stopped, then you would be looking at around 250. Or ideal, if you're open to more risk, then you could just remove that stop at that $270 zone and just add at 250, and then put your stop loss right here at about $214. But you would have to use like maximum 2x leverage for this to work out. And the 5-day, we already mentioned the hidden bullish divergence. The 2-day now. 2 days also pointed to the downside, very close to getting into the bearish control zone. Do we have any? No hidden bearish divergence. No regular bearish divergence. Right now, we are right at that 38.2%. 38.2% sits at $312.94. While the jewel is currently on a neutral signal, it is curving to the downside, but it has not shifted to sell just yet. While volatility is just about to start expanding, it's right at that moving average. If we do close above that bottom 38.2%, at that $313 area, we will at a minimum get a move towards the median, which still technically will be a lower high and will be an area for a lower high. And this would be wise to take a short of this on at the median. Like, no matter what your bias is on Tesla, you would have to respect the levels, and it would be worth it to pump that short at around $332. The median's at a beautiful number, $332.69. And if you were to enter your short at $329, let's take it 332. Take it right there. Your stop loss is right there at about 7.6%, and your move to the downside would be this meme line at about 270, and you're looking at like a 18.5% move in your favor versus a 7% move against you. That's pretty good. And at the very, very minimum, you are going to come down to this meme line. And if you were to take it to that 250 area for that 200, that's at about 20-ish%, 22% in your favor. That's pretty good. Even on a 2x leverage, that's pretty awesome. You can even use like a 3 or 4x with only a 7% move against you. And 4x with 22%, you're basically making 100%.
There you go. I'm curious.
Daily is right now right at that resistance zone, which lines up with the 2-day bottom 38.2%. I'm curious if it's the same number. Let's see. It's at 312.94, and the daily 200 is at 314. Basically the same number. As long as we are below that daily 200, you are going to have to assume it's bearish. And if we close below that daily 200, you are at a minimum, very likely going to get a retest of this 100. And if you start to lose this 100 in technical terms, Tesla's fucked. Because you're going to, at that point, get or short-term fuck, you're going to get a move down to this meme line. And at that point, it's going to come down to the bulls holding this meme line. And based off of how these candles look, like coming down here, putting in a lower high, and then coming to the meme line again, it puts the odds in the favor of bears. And it puts the odds in the favor of bears losing this wick low and closing below the meme line. But one point in favor of the bulls is that the HPDR ranges don't change, and we are moving towards this area. We are going to be at such extremes on the HPDR that odds are overwhelmingly high and we're going to get a bounce. But if the other scenario happens with what the bears want, is they want a close below this 200, some consolidation right around this 100, 200, bearish retest while these HPDR ranges step down, and then we get the nuke, because then it's a lot less likely that we are going to bounce. But right now, if we approach this zone, we are very likely to bounce. So that's why if you're bullish, you want to see the aggressive dump and fast. Let's look at the daily jewel. Pink has crossed below the yellow. We came very close to crossing back above, but did not quite do it. And now we are about to cross into the bearish control zone. Let's zoom in on the jewel. Lower high. Lower high, no, nothing. 4 hours currently flipped up on momentum. Did we put in any divergence? No. We currently have a fresh silver cross to the downside happen on this last close. And we are now getting a perfect retest of the 9 EMA, perfect retest of the silver cross, and we are getting a rejection at the moment. Volatility is currently contracting, telling us likely going to be a lower high. And at this point, I'm thinking lower high is probably in. And we have a nice cross on the jewel with pink below the yellow, and they're very close to each other when they crossed. We're getting lower low. And I can't quite tell that's a lower low. Yeah, it's never so slightly lower low. Oh, technically it's still a higher low in price. So there still is possible hidden bullish divergence here on the jewel. Because on the 4 hour, and to confirm it, we would have to get a close over. I'm sorry.
I was going to say we would have to get a fuck in order for us to get that.
Yes, indeed. It never hurts. We would have to get a close over $325.57. And notice this. This would give us basically our close over that silver cross and validating our silver cross to the downside as well. It lines like right up with the median. But as of right now, silver cross and the 100 EMA are giving us a rejection. And if we close this 1 hour below or at this area right now, we would have a minimum retest of this 200 and not really much of a gap because we have the weight, but we would have a minimum retest of the 200. And at that point, I'm kind of thinking that we're going to break down. Let's go to the RSI. I have a little swirl. RFK is no longer disappointed in me.
So, because of what you're eating?
Because I'm drinking. Although I did have some hot Cheetos last night.
Man, I eat one of those right now in 2025, I would probably die.
I have some terrible stomach ache in the morning whenever I do that, though.
Of course. Can't imagine. I mean, you're just eating.
But hey, I eat when I'm sad.
And I'm sad when I'm eat. No.
Quarterly on Tesla still got hidden bullish divergence. Now the invalidation has changed, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing over 214.25. So it changed by like $3. Your next move on the divergence, you're gonna have two easy targets: the simple moving average and the bullish control zone. The simple moving average is at $505. Oh, beautiful area. And the bullish control zone is right now at about 679.69. Another beautiful number. I'm curious to see if any one of these numbers lines up with this. Take that from the all-time high, take it to the wick low. 658. Oh, 679 for the bullish control zone. Wow, beautiful. Don't you just love it when something adds up like that?
That's crazy.
Tesla at $680. That's double what it is now. Elon's net worth would basically double.
It would go to either 66, like, and I'm not joking, like around 669 to 720 billion dollars.
Oh, I can't wait to see what Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders say about somebody being worth $750
We're gonna have to stop the
billion.
billionaires. All of the billionaires in the New York City area, these billionaires are going everywhere. They're eating all the food. They're having all the fun, and they need to leave us some of the fun. These billionaires cannot continue to have all the fun.
They're eating all the hot dogs. They're eating all the conies. I'm telling you, they're eating all the conies.
They're eating the hot dogs. They're eating the pretzels. They're eating it all. These billionaires are not to be trusted.
Not one churro left for the common man. No churros, no churros.
What kind of world is this with no churros? Not a good world, let me
It's
tell you. Not a good world.
a little interesting how he used to talk about the millionaires and the billionaires, and then when he became a millionaire, it became about billionaires.
Oh yeah. Bernie.
Quarterly's got that hidden bullish divergence with volatility expansion from the same level, basically, that we expanded from before that 2,000% move to the upside. Some interesting points in the camp of the bulls, plus that buy signal on the dual with the hidden bullish divergence from the dual as well. Monthly, nothing really, no. There's some hopium is that we're getting the sell signal on the jewel with volatility contraction, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low. And we've got that buy signal on the jewel with the pink crossing above the yellow. Let's try to get some data on that, see how much we moved up so far and what the average move is. Oh, fuck, there's no pink, there's no yellow, so we can't get any data for that.
Yeah, I just started.
Two weeks currently got bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below 335.50. Your next move is into the critical zone, which can update because I don't think we're going to go to 61 cents. 61 cents. I wonder what Elon's net worth would be at 61 cents.
I'm pretty sure
still very high.
Yeah.
It's still probably at least 9 figures. 3 days got hidden bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 329.34. Your next move, your easy move on the divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which right now is at about 280. All lines up beautifully with our 270 target. And then the next target, which is pretty likely based off of the extreme low zone volatility, is the bearish control zone. That's at 191, but this level is going to update. And it's also extremely likely that 270, 280 area holds. 2 days currently putting in hidden bullish divergence, breaking these lows. We'll confirm with a close above 329.34. That'll give us a target of the bullish control zone at $400, with volatility now freshly expanding. Daily is now putting in regular bullish divergence, with volatility now expanding from 2 periods of 0%, and that will confirm with a new close over $305.89. The divergence would have an easy target of somewhere around $345, $340. See if any RSI targets line up with that. Yep, the bullish control zone is at $369. Very beautiful number. Start to close over that area, and then it's very, very likely you're going to go to all-time highs. Imagine shorting Tesla because you believed in all that news BS.
Oh, that would be that's a tragedy that a lot of people have to deal with.
This is what I call the tampon Tim pump. 4 hour currently not much. We had hidden bearish divergence. We are now invalidating it and putting in bullish divergence. And let's go to momentum. Six-month momentum is freshly turning to the upside, with volatility now at the lowest point it's ever been. And we are flipped up as long as we're closing above 254.50. And we are currently rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. Pretty significant. Let's see. And we are putting in hidden bullish divergence as well on the 6 month, which is already confirmed. Quarterly is now at the same level on volatility where we expanded from when we got the 2,000% move. We are freshly flipping up to the upside. We are putting in hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly as well as the 6 month, rejecting the bearish control zone, and we are going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over $211.50. And the low of our candle right now is at $293, which is a perfect back test of our quarterly 5 EMA. Right now, our resistance zone is this golden pocket around $360.
Yep.
Yeah, 360 to 370. If we can start to accept above this zone about $367, $370, and we get that would give us a move to that, easy move, basically a free move to that $400 zone. We want to see is 3 solid closures over $404, the 78.6%. If we can get 3 closures over this area, then you would have, by these fib rules, you would have a textbook target of around $665. That's that divergence target of around $680. Very nice number, very, very cool number, because that is a move up of about 112%. You don't even need leverage for that type of move. It's nice to have, but you don't need it.
Yeah.
Maybe just use like a 2x.
Maybe just 20x.
Yeah, maybe just 20x. This month, me and Alex were talking about using less leverage, and we're like, we'll probably stick to max 30x, and for us, that's less leverage.
Can I say something? I don't believe you.
You don't think we'll be able to do it?
It's going to be one trade one day. It's going to go well. You're going to think, well, I didn't make as much money as I normally make. Next time, I'm just going to add a little bit more. Same thing's going to happen, and just go, fuck it. It's going great.
My rule right now is once I withdraw 10K, then I'm free to increase the risk.
You and I have the same idea of what we need, just the free money basically from trading, and then afterwards, like mask risk.
Then I can gamble.
I have the same fucking number.
The same tisms.
Yeah.
Once I get my 10K trading profits, hey, now I'm free to gamble. And maybe I'll make more.
Yeah, you never know.
But either way, I'll have a hell of a time. Monthly is currently flipped to the downside. Very close to flipping up, however. We are close to the pivot, and we will flip up if we can close over $348. We are projected on this next monthly open to be somewhere around the edge of the bearish control zone. Also, that pivot likely goes down at that point. It would be extremely bullish to see us over 350 and to see the pivot drop. 2 week is currently freshly flipped to the upside with a double derp of life. and you are going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 265. Right now, what we want to see is a close over this fib level and close over our 5 EMA, and then we should get another test at these wick highs. And right now, that is somewhat of a bastardized inverse head and shoulders. Weekly is currently freshly flipped to the downside with a derp of death. Volatility, however, is contracting, so that's an opium, and you're going to be flipped down below 344.50. 5 days also freshly flipped down with the derp of death, going to be flipped down below 352, 353. 2 days currently freshly getting volatility expansion, while momentum is freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it will be flipped down below 320. Getting very close to that area. Bulls got about 3.5 hours. Let's see if they can pump it up. Daily is now getting volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%. We're sitting at 17.86%, and momentum is freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down below $338. 4 hours still technically in a volatility expansion phase, getting right to the moving average, but we're still above it. And 4 hour has that silver cross to the downside. Momentum is currently flipped up, and we are going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over about $306.50. And we are very close to confirming that hidden bullish divergence. If that hidden bullish divergence does confirm, we are going to have targets of the about somewhere range of about $330 to $345. And if we get any close over about $323, we will invalidate the silver cross to the downside. Okay. So on the high time frames, Tesla is starting to look very, very bullish to me, especially since we are getting a perfect back test and bounce off of our 5 EMA after failing to close below it on the quite significant move to the downside on the last quarter or bi-yearly candle, the 6 month. We had a move of about 51% to the downside, one candle of 51% to the downside. But even after the 51% move to the downside, we failed to move the 5 EMA, which is our fastest moving EMA. And we are now getting how much of a move off of the 5 EMA? Let's measure. We're getting about an 8% move off of the 5 EMA. We are once again getting back over our 50% HPDR level. If we can get a close over that 50% HPDR level, that's what by HPDR. What did I say that? If we can get a close over that 50% fib level, that's what by fib rules gives us a move to the 78.6%, which is right now at that $400 level, which is my mean line from the previous chart. If you can start to get 3 closes over that 78.6% level, that's what gives you your textbook move to that 161.8%. And that's what our bullish divergence, high time frame divergence target is about $665, which that high time frame divergence has already been confirmed. And we have momentum on this, which is right now on that 6 month hidden bullish divergence, which we confirmed with momentum spin to the upside in about July. And the quarterly is currently also flipped to the upside freshly, with volatility now freshly expanding from the same area that we were at when we did a 2,000% move back in 2020. Basically, every single time frame has momentum currently flipped to the upside. 4 hours now also flipping back to the upside, about to put in hidden bullish divergence, and that hidden bullish divergence will confirm with any close over. Assuming I don't want to BS you on the numbers, give you the exact number. Hidden bullish divergence will confirm with any close over $304.42. And that would give you a target of somewhere between $330 and $345. And if you can close anywhere over $323, you will invalidate that silver cross. And if you can close anywhere over $331 on a 4-hour closing basis, that will take out your last major lower high, and that will give you a target of hitting somewhere around $414 for my mean line. Right now, the invalidation on all of this is either getting a tick below about $214 or getting a weekly close below about $270. Although I don't think that those things are going to happen, I do think right now, based on the 4-hour basis, we are going to get that bullish divergence to confirm, get a move into somewhere about 330 to 345. At that point, I will have to reevaluate what's going to happen next, based on if we can get acceptance over $330. At that point, then I will be looking for longs to somewhere around that $400 zone. If we can get a daily close over about $420, at that point, a nice 420 number, at that point I will be looking for the 500 area to be tested, somewhere around $520 to $550. And that zone, I'm also looking for some consolidation / resistance. And then the next level above there is somewhere around mid 700s. And the invalidations, once again, either a tick below that $214 area or a weekly close below about 217.
So Tesla would be heading towards where I am at all-time highs. Perfect. Excellent news,
Beautiful.
sir. Yeah.
You
beautiful.
are you comfortable sharing your buying price?
One second, let me add Alex's frame. There it is. All righty. Alex is doing Rivian next, and you're doing Coinbase, the base of the coins. I'm going to see how your favorite bald man's doing. That's right. You get bald seniority.
My second favorite bald man is the kickboxer.
Who?
I don't want to say his name.
Like from the UFC, for real?
The Matrix is after me.
Oh, Tate. Andrew Tate. Andrew
He's
Tate's
funny.
a good showman. I like that dude.
He's very funny.
I don't care.
There's
about
some
the
things that
stupid
he
shit
says. There's some things that he
yeah.
says that are very retarded, but he's funny.
Insane. Yeah.
He's
I
very
wouldn't
think
call
so,
myself. I wouldn't call myself a fan of him. I just think he's funny sometimes.
No, he's I think he's a great entertainer, and he's got like always a funny point on everything. Because all his job is, we're talking about charts, and all of a sudden we're talking about Tesla. Talk about Tesla, man. You know who doesn't buy Tesla shares? Women, because women are fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like it's a simple little gimmick that he does, and it works.
You ever played chess? The queen can move anywhere on the board because she's a fucking whore.
It's so stupid.
It's funny though, because people
It is
get
funny.
so upset over it. So upset.
But and this
That's
is
what he
he's
wants,
for.
so he gets more publicity.
Well, that's what he wants, and that's what that's why media pushes him out. Because if you think about it, politics are divisive. They want people to be polarized and fighting each other. So if you got people that make people fight each other, they're gonna turn up the volume as high as you can, because you want them telling people women are stupid, so that women get completely crazy, and all those like guys that are feminists, blah blah blah.
And then you have a bunch of pathetic loser guys who pay for his platforms.
That is
They'll be
insane.
rich.
That is insane. Yeah.
He'll make me rich.
It is pretty funny.
Only person getting rich is him off of your monthly payments.
Good for him. Okay. Damas y caballeros, tenemos Tesla justamente aquí enfrente de todos ustedes y a todo color. No he puesto mi EMA 5 acá. Denme un segundo, porque vale la pena ponerlo. No lo digo nada más porque sí, brother. Espérame. Vamos a ver. Copiar y voy a pegarlo. Voy a editarlo. Ya lo había hecho, no entiendo por qué me lo quitó y lo hice enfrente de todos ustedes. Ah, porque no guardé mi tabla. Qué pendejo soy. Ok. 5, bla, bla, bla. EMA, ok. Lo tengo que hacer verde. Inputs, bla, bla, bla. Ok. Y ahora le pico. ¿Ya lo hizo? Autosave. Ok, ya lo guardó. Bien. Una cosa que estamos viendo en Tesla es el gráfico de 6 meses. Pueden ver cómo literalmente estamos justamente rebotando el promedio del 5. Esta debería ser una zona de alto interés, $296 para poder dar continuación a la alza. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo en la tendencia a largo plazo en Tesla? Olvídense de todas estas líneas chiquitas. Tesla obviamente desde el 2020 ha estado haciendo altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos, y eso lo pone en una completa tendencia alcista. Quiero ver si se ve el HPDR acá. También venimos de la parte más baja del HPDR y a Tesla, después de ir a la parte más baja, le gusta ir a la parte más alta. Entonces, si la última vez que fuimos a la parte más baja fue el 2019 y el 2020 llegamos a la parte más alta, no estoy diciendo que este va a ser mi objetivo, pero quiero que lo vean. Está en $3,400. Para que... Ahora, si no nos la volamos tanto y solamente vemos la media, está en 1,272. Ahí para que vean, esto es una tabla de 6 meses, esto tardaría como 2 años en llegar ahí. Yo creo que eso es bastante realista. Siguiente objetivo también, obviamente antes de todo eso, va a ser la parte baja de la zona azul en los 442. Una vez que rompas 442 a la alza, vas a tener una fiesta gigantesca a toda la gente que tenga acciones de Tesla, porque ya vieron cuál es el siguiente objetivo. 3 meses. 3 meses, quiero poner esto sin el HPDR para que lo puedan ver bien y después ponemos el HPDR. Pueden ver tendencia alcista, por supuesto, continúa intacta con esta M de McDonald's. Normalmente la M de McDonald's, ¿no? Además de eso, tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ya por fin en la trimestral. Habíamos tenido tantito, luego cayó, empezó a contraer y ahora está expandiendo una vez más. Está expandiendo ante esta vela y esta vela debería de darnos la pauta para dónde va. La oportunidad más grande para Tesla para poder agregar 269 lo fue acá, en este velongo, y ahora continuamos yendo a la alza. ¿Notan algo? No hay tantas cosas por acá. Esta es una vela, esto es un doji. Esto es un doji, esto es un doji y vamos a ver si esto va a ser un doji. ¿Qué es un doji? Son estas velas que tienen la misma cantidad de patitas flacas para arriba y para abajo y la parte gorda está en medio, que es el cuerpo de la vela. Eso quiere decir que hay indecisión. No puede ser indecision. Indecisión. ¡Puta madre! Dios mío. Alguien lléveme al doctor. Esta diarrea me está volviendo loco. Ok, y ahora estamos por acá. Para mí mis niveles son lo más importante en el gráfico de Tesla porque lo respeta muy bien. Estando por encima de los 300, tenemos muy alta probabilidad de venir justamente a los 370. Estando arriba de los 370, máximos históricos se empiezan a abrir. Y apoya un poco esto. También tenemos momentum apuntando para arriba. Vamos a ver si lo da en continuación. Mensual, continuamos la subida desde el 2020, haciendo mínimos más altos, como en todo el gráfico, pero esta vez no hemos venido a retestear esta zona o el promedio del 100. Bien, por ahora, Tesla tiene todos sus promedios bien paraditos. El único que se está vertiendo es el 9 con el 5, lo que nos empieza a indicar un poco de debilidad. Pero siempre y cuando empiece a romper la zona de los 330 a la alza, va a doblarlos una vez más en el orden correcto y nos va a poner en postura más alcista todavía, detectando más fuerza acá. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no tengo que enseñárselos más, está por acá. Y por ahora, todas nuestras velas no nos indican absolutamente nada más que este claramente fue un fondillo rico por el nivel de absorción de liquidez que tuvo. Les voy a poner el HPDR en la mensual para que lo puedan ver también. Ahora, una vez más, venimos de la parte baja de diciembre del 2022, venimos a testear el 95%, el 97.5% en el 2024 y desde entonces habíamos podido romper hasta el 78.6% y volvimos a caer a la zona baja y ahora estamos en el 78.6% en la parte de abajo, lo que nos dice que tenemos más poca probabilidad de dar continuación a la baja que continuar a la alza. El promedio del 9 está en los 329, una vez más, una zona muy importante por esos 330 que tengo en la tabla. Una vez que los rompas, que dijimos 370 y la parte baja en la zona azul está en 387. De poder entrar en la zona azul en 387 en el gráfico mensual, 457 va a ser nuestro siguiente objetivo y de poder romperlo, 548 que nos ponen máximos históricos. 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana, tenemos también volatilidad contrayendo, no tenemos nada nuevo. Y ante esta volatilidad contrayendo, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Estamos literalmente por encima de todos nuestros promedios, 9, 20, 34, encima de la media, pero estamos cayendo en la parte de la zona azul. La oportunidad grande hubiera sido el promedio del 9 en los 291 o el promedio del 34, pero parece que le hicimos un front run a esto y ahora podríamos estar en camino para arriba. Falta un día y una hora para cerrar. En un día y una hora quieres ver un cierre arriba de 325 definitivamente para poder convertir esto en algo alcista. Te está dando lo mismo que esto. Estos son dojis, todas. Esta tiene cara también de lo mismo. Así que lo que nos gustaría ver es en un día y una hora, que es cuando cierra esta semana, el precio de Tesla estar por encima de los $324.
Semanal, 8 de la mañana.
En la semanal también tenemos volatilidad contrayendo, momentum apuntando para arriba. Y por ahora, el promedio del 21 nos está aguantando aquí. Tenemos el promedio del 9 justamente en los 320, no, un segundo, $323 una vez más, que es y va acompañado del de 2 semanas, que también cierra en un día y una semana, que queremos cerrar arriba de 324. Sí podemos cerrar por encima de 324. Nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser la media por acá en los 360 y eso ya nos pone cerca de esta zona que ya saben que si rompemos 370 vamos a básicamente la parte alta de acá y muy probablemente a máximos históricos una vez que lleguemos ahí. Diaria es la que cuenta todo perfectamente y tranquilo. No tienes que tener ni el HPDR para hacerte bolas con esto. Les voy a enseñar por qué. En la diaria, el SMA 200 lo habíamos perdido acá. Eso nos llevó al fondo local en los 214 que tenemos por acá. También el promedio del 100 lo perdimos antes y luego el 200. Ahora, recuperamos el 100, el 200 en esta zona y tuvimos pump. Tuviste este SFP, tuviste este pump y ahora un mini SFP. Básicamente el mismo movimiento que tuviste acá, lo estás teniendo acá. Pero acá se le está jugando a la gente de una forma bastante nefasta, que es el tradicional esto y el tradicional, voy a quitar esto. Güey, ¿cuántas líneas había ahí? ¿Qué pedo? Ok. Lo puedes hacer así o como quieras, ¿no? Estamos entrando en este triangulito pendejo de presión que no se va a cerrar hasta por ahí de agosto del 2025 y eso nos va a dar probablemente el movimiento agresivo al alza. Pero si notamos de cerca, estamos literalmente de la zona de breakout es esta, es lo que quieres retestear para volver a empujar a la alza. Aquí, viendo Tesla en la diaria, te va a dar la pauta. Por debajo el EMA 100, mal. Abajo de los 100, de los 200, de los 311, mal. Arriba de los 314, tener este cierre en 3 horas en 3 horas y 7 minutos va a ser muy positivo para el precio de Tesla. Entonces, todo te lo va a decidir hoy. Si vamos a tener esto y ya de ahí nos podemos ir para arriba, o si vas a tener rechazo, caída, rechazo del 100, caída y te lleves este mínimo. Ok, con eso puesto sobre la mesa vamos a simplificar todo esto para ustedes. Siempre y cuando Tesla no se lleve los 214 en un wicazo, ¿no? Que básicamente te haga así, alcistas. Siempre y cuando no cerremos semanales debajo del 269, alcistas. Por ahora, toda esta zona debería de darnos nuevos altos, o mínimo ir a buscarlos. Pero yo no descartaría que esto juegue en este rango por un rato en lo que la gente dice, oh, ya fue, ya hizo, ya y luego bolas para arriba. Nuestro bias es para el upside, para arriba en Tesla, simplemente porque todo está apuntando para arriba, menos esta pequeña corrección que puede que ya se haya terminado, pero la diaria es la que va a dictarte la pauta con esos promedios del 100 y el 200. ¿Quieres estar por encima de ellos en cierres? ¿Quieres estar por encima de los 325, 327 mañana para cerrar la semana y la de 2 semanas? Y estando por encima de esos números, sabes que eres alcista. Estando por debajo o en esos números, te está dando indecisión. Así que mantengan el ojo bien pelado por ahí. Vámonos con lo que va a hacer Alex Rivian. Por supuesto que sí. All righty, sir. We're ready.
So let's jump into that right here. All right. So it seems to me like $15, $16 was a really good short opportunity.
Yeah.
We were unable to actually hold that 1369. That's now flipped into resistance. You do see the weekly 9 has moved all the way down to that zone, solidifying this being resistance. For me now, you see the weekly 38.2%. The bottom of the range is shifted to $12.59. This gives you a really good bias that once you lose this 34, EMA 34 in the weekly, you're going to start moving down to that $12.30, in my opinion. You already see the weekly median has been lost, giving you a bias down to the bottom of 38.2%. The daily EMA 100 was the spot we needed to see hold. Rivian was unable to actually hold that, and we see we have the breakdown. So now that we have had that breakdown, what we have now is, again, just that $13 region being resistance. You see the EMA 100 was support. So in theory, this should be flipped into resistance. You have a daily volatility setup, which is brewing on 3 sessions of zero volatility, telling you a move is brewing, and it's coming soon. 2-day as well shows that you're at the last stand. Once this 2-day EMA 100 is lost, it's going to be great confirmation that any move up to that 1330, $13.40 region is a short opportunity, targeting around that $12.30. 2-day volatility has also contracted, telling you a move on the daily and the 2-day is brewing. Ooh. Monthly 9 actually was able to hold, but yeah, I mean.
So what you're saying is that guy that I told that he should be on the other side of the trade that he was saying completely fucked up the opportunity to make money? Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yeah, so it seems to me that guy selling his kidneys to short the $15 Rivian was absolutely brilliant. Yeah. And we knew that zone was a big spot, not the quarterly, but the bi-monthly shows that. When we were starting to reach that 2-month EMA 9, this is a big zone. I mean, we haven't really tested that ever, other than this major rejection. So you would have already been gauging that to be a big spot. We also hit the monthly EMA 21 for the first time ever, and that was sitting around $16, giving you a pretty, easy short trade up here. You knew we were at the top side of resistance. You're at the monthly 21 for the first time ever. You would have already been looking at the reaction just simply based on the monthly 9, which has been just downside continuation. So using the monthly 21 as the spot definitely made sense. When we were up here, we talked about this is it. Like bears are going to try to reject here, and they actually ended up doing so. So the hopium now is that, yes, we did hold 1370 as support. We opened this month below it. So, there's a little gap here. Can easily go up to that 1330, 1350 region, but you should just be gauging that zone as resistance. You should be using the weekly EMA 9 to gauge the easy extremity short. As long as you're under the weekly EMA 9, you're going to have more of a bias going and testing that $12 region. One would say this could already be in the beginnings of that occurring, confirmed once you actually lose the 34. Yeah, so even in the lower time frames, you see if you get a move up to 1330, 1340, call it 1350, 1330 to like 1350, it's going to be looked at as a short opportunity. You actually haven't retested this breakdown area, so you very well could do that. And so would I be aggressively shorting Rivian right now in anticipation for $12.30? Not right now. No, I'd rather be wanting to play the daily 9. If we go here, we can see the 9 has crossed the 21. We actually haven't silver crossed yet down. Yeah, we have not. So I would be gauging the daily EMA 9 as the spot. That's really lined up nicely with the weekly 9. You even see here the EMA 34 is sitting right around there. But just be mindful that we are at support. Bulls are going to try to defend this. It's really not until you lose that SMA 200 where, okay, you can easily bounce off the EMA 100, but closures under this 2-day SMA 200 generally has been pretty detrimental for Rivian. You can just see for yourself, you reclaim it, you should hold it. Once you can't hold it, this is generally when you start getting your big dumps. So Each time we've SFP'd that, it has led to a pretty big move. You can see here, that was a 31% move. That was a 37% move. Right, we lose it. I'm not counting it from here. I'm just next candle down. This was a 59% move. So what's the point I'm trying to bring home? Well, bulls better defend the zone because, yeah, this is just, if it starts losing it, it's going to open up that this could just start being a short opportunity. You have a 2-day lower high. We already know the 2 days in a downtrend with consistent lower highs. So a lower high around that 1340, 1330 would definitely make sense. Rivian's pretty bearish though here. Yeah, the monthly 9 held, but you're just simply wanting to get a reaction out of here. You don't want to see what you've seen every single time, which is the monthly 9 holding and then it fizzles out. You've just always seen this. And so far, I'm not really seeing strength. The HBDR, yeah, you're approaching the top of the 38.2%, but very easily could reject here. And then you could just simply make your move down to the monthly median before even moving up. So there's more downside risk here. I'd personally want to see $12 simply get hit one more time, and then we can make an argument for a move up. We talked about this, maybe a slight downside move that then gets you back to the top of this channel here, takes out all the shorts, aggressive shorting here, giving bulls some lifeline, giving them hopium, leading to that follow through in October. July, August, September, October is going to be pretty important for Rivian if we don't just break down or break out before then. But as it stands, I mean, you wicked up to the top of the channel. I don't think it's dumb to be looking at the bottom of the channel now. It's just kind of worked that way. Each time you hit the top, you always go down. That's all I really have on Rivian. It's pretty simple. You're watching the 2-day. You want the SMA 200 to hold. If the SMA 200 doesn't hold today, it can start opening up shorts. If we know we're at support now, I'm not aggressively scaling shorts, but rather I'm going to play the downtrend, maybe gauge the lower high, maybe play the SMA 200 if it's lost. But until then, today's just a wait and watch day for Rivian to see where this 2-day closes.
Thank you, sir. There we are with the old Tesla. Fucking incredible, right? How temporality always does the same shit for Rivian. It is the craziest thing.
No, truly.
Okay. Vale, estamos viendo Rivian, damas y caballeros. Puede que ya haya acabado. Recuerden, cada año Rivian hace un poco de lo mismo. Nos da este subidongo por ahí de mayo, junio. A veces hasta julio o agosto podría haber una segunda, un segundo impulso. No lo descartaría todavía. Yo creo que la zona importante aguantar simplemente viendo este gráfico son los $12. Puedes aguantar los $12 tranquilamente. Puedes aguantar acá e ir a dar un retesteo todavía o por esta zona de los 15 hasta esta zona de los 16 o tal vez a romper este máximo. Por ahora, Rivian está vendiendo solamente 46 mil coches comparados con los 56 mil coches que había vendido el año pasado y en años pasados me parece que había logrado 60 y cacho mil. No estoy completamente seguro, pero las ventas van bajando. Una vez más, no es por Rivian, no es por la competencia, no es el interés, que es lo que te cuenta todo el mundo. La realidad es que nadie tiene dinero. El banco no está prestando dinero a malos créditos y es lo que está viendo todas las empresas de coches. Ok, vamos a empezar rápido con la mensual. Mensual. Podemos ver, Rivian viene de una caída tremenda desde los $180 y desde entonces ha estado en una tendencia bajista mensual. Ahora, no hemos roto esta tendencia bajista mensual todavía porque no hemos hecho altos más que uno acá. Lo que sí es, hemos hecho bajos más altos y eso nos da esperanza a todos de que Rivian continúe empujando a la alza. Sobre todo a la gente que es alcista en esta acción, como yo merito. Ahora, con eso dicho, vamos rápido a ver volatilidad, que todavía está preparándonos el setup más caliente de toda la historia en la tabla de Rivian. ¿Por qué? Porque la volatilidad, que es la línea de colores, está bajando al punto más bajo que ha estado y el promedio de volatilidad, que es la línea blanca, está muy cerca. Una vez que volatilidad se dé la vuelta y haga esto, vamos a tener un setup y ahí vamos a ver para dónde está empujando el precio, porque normalmente estos movimientos son agresivos de mega madre, ¿ok? Esa es la mensual. Voy a ver si con el HPDR cómo se ve. Ok. Con el HPDR pueden ver en la mensual, y esto es donde se pone interesante la cosa. Fuimos a tocar el 100%. Cada que tocamos el 100% o cerca del 100%, ¿qué es lo que pasa? No, son caídas chidas, o sea, no estamos hablando de cualquier cosita. Vamos a ver, esta a la caída, vamos a ver, antes de que repompeara, 46%. Luego, esta tocó el 100% y cayó hasta acá, es un 65%. Ninguna otra tocó el 100% de acá más que acá, y apenas llevamos 23%. 40% nos pone en $10 con 10. 50% nos pone 8.47 y ese 60%, pongámoslo en 60, nos lleva a $6 con 60 centavos. Ahora, yo creo que va a caer tanto así. Me encantaría, pero no lo creo. La razón porque ya hay demasiado dinero en esto. Demasiado, hay demasiadas cosas encima, demasiados servicios que están vendiendo, tienen a Volkswagen como inversor. Simplemente no tiene sentido. Por lo que estaría yo buscando oportunidades en esto. Ahora, rompemos esta tendencia bajista, alcista, perdón, y ahí es donde yo diría, ahí pongámonos a proponer que tal vez no veamos nuevos max mínimos históricos, pero si rompemos esta tendencia, podemos llegar a los 10 o hasta los 8 y cachos sin problema y hacer una de estas gatadas donde el fondo es ahí. Este fue el fondo de antes y simplemente hizo un bajo más alto, solamente le tomó más tiempo. Eso es completamente posible, ¿ok? Que no les digan, que no les cuenten. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas, esta es la gráfica que marca la pauta para mí, porque tengo aquí mi promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 es todo lo que tienen que aguantar. Eso está en $13 con 10 centavos. Si puede aguantar. Ahora, venimos de hacer este máximo, hicimos un máximo más alto, hicimos estos mínimos más altos. La cosa es, va a aguantar el promedio del 9, y si no aguanta el promedio del 9 y te llevas estos mínimos en los 10.38, 10.37, vamos a estar hablando de romper los $10 posiblemente y ver qué tan abajo en esta línea podemos llegar. Me atrevería yo a poner aquí un elemento de soporte en los 9.26, pero no lo voy a colocar todavía. Ok. Vamos a ver si volatilidad nos dice algo. Volatilidad está contrayendo al punto más bajo en toda la historia de la tabla, lo que nos dice que viene el movimiento que venga a manos de Rivian con la mensual, preparando el movimiento más duro, con la de 2 semanas, te debería dar idea que lo que viene va a estar pesado. Semanal, interesante. Después de esta expansión que nos llevó hasta acá arriba, la volatilidad está contrayendo otra vez. Está en 22%, cerca del 15% que nosotros necesitamos para considerar este setup. Esto empieza a decirme que todo en Rivian se va a mover junto y fuerte. Es interesante de a madre. Con eso dicho, pueden ver que el 34 es lo que nos está aguantando acá. De perder el 34 en la semanal, vamos a perder el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas, que está un poco más abajo, en los 13.14, o en dónde estaba el promedio del 9, en los 13.10. Lo pueden ver aquí abajo, ¿no? Entonces, vean la semanal. Si en la semanal pierdes tu promedio del 9, que lo acabas de perder en este segundo en lo que lo dije, 13.10 es tu siguiente objetivo. De perder los 13.10, $12 debería ser tu siguiente objetivo. La de harina. La diaria nos está preparando un setup de volatilidad con volatilidad nulo. Estos son nuestros favoritos. Antes era el setup de Hamas. Ahora han cambiado las cosas geopolíticamente en el mundo y este sería el setup del aliado estratégico militar más amado de Estados Unidos, que estamos dispuestos a hacer todos por ellos. No se va a mencionar el nombre, solamente se llama así, aunque sea un nombre muy largo. Y si este setup se fuera a jugar a la baja y viera un movimiento a la baja, sería el setup persa, porque pues ahora les toca a los persas comérsela entera. No lo digo yo, lo dice el gobierno de Estados Unidos. Además, tenemos que poner ojo en la diaria. Se viene un cruce plateado. Tienes el 21 acá y tienes el 55 acá. En cualquier momento podemos ver este cruce plateado. Un retesteo a la zona de los 13.70 sería lo del librito para ir a dar un retesteo bajista y de ahí continuar a la baja. Y es por eso que me dejé de pelear en Twitter con la gente de si algo va a pasar o no, aunque hoy fui patético y le fui a decir a esta persona, porque cuando el precio estaba acá, el güey se estaba burlando de un cabrón que estaba diciendo que le hiciera corto arriba y le dije, si ves todas las temporalidades, padre, vas a tener un movimiento agresivo a la baja. No sabemos qué tanto, pero vamos a ver cuánta acción se perdió ese don. Solamente una ganancia de 23%. Nada. Aparte, ¿en cuánto tiempo? 31 barras. En un mes. Nada mal. Así que vamos a estar pendiente con esto. Perdiendo los 12.53 en cualquier temporalidad, ahí es, yo creo que la línea en la arena para los alcistas. Si no aguantamos esto, los objetivos van a ser más abajo. O sea, podríamos ir a los 11, podríamos ir a los 10, etcétera, antes de dar el siguiente leg up. Ahora, normalmente en esta temporalidad, en julio, junio, damos estos pompazos. Espérame. Damos estos pompazos, luego a veces caemos agresivamente y nos lleva hasta el final de julio, ¿no? Esto fue lo que pasó acá. Vámonos al del año anterior, julio, agosto. Ok. Habíamos tenido este pompazo en julio, también lo mismo. La caída en agosto y ven, mínimo te da un rebote bastante bueno y es lo que yo esperaría. Yo esperaría que Rivian viniera a hacer esto, te creas que ya se va a ir y otra vez esto. Si es que todo no ha cambiado, si todo ha cambiado en Rivian y ahora podemos decir que ya están en una muy buena posición, etcétera, esto debería de aguantar porque justamente estás en la parte de afuera del triángulo, ¿no? Esta línea meme junto con esta te deberían de aguantar y esto debería de catapultarte a nuevos altos y con volatilidad estando aquí abajo, tan abajo en todas las temporalidades, eso debería darte apoyo de que el movimiento a la alza va a ser asquerosamente agresivo. Ahora, ¿el movimiento puede ser a la baja y con potencia? Sí, nadie está diciendo que no. Por ahora nos vamos a quedar con precaución, entendiendo que Rivian está haciendo estos mínimos, y de llevarte esta línea para abajo, yo pondría atención, porque esta línea para abajo, más aparte el primer mínimo en los 10.30, en los 10.40, me empiezan a llamar mínimo a los $10 y de ahí tranquilo a los $8. Solamente es cosa de poner atención. Tu gráfico semanal lleva la pauta junto con el de 2 semanas. Si pierdes el promedio del 34, que está aquí abajo, que está en los 13.19, que ya lo perdiste, y de ahí te llevas el 9 en la de 2 semanas, que está en 13.10, vámonos para abajo. Ahora, nadie está diciendo a mínimos nuevos, ¿ok? Solamente para abajo. Pero de poder aguantar y romper los 14.20 a la alza, ahí es donde yo diría que aquí encontramos nuestro fondito para ir a buscar ese segundo rebote mínimo. Sí, 14.20 también es el promedio del 9 en la semanal. Ahí está. Ahí lo tienen, 14.20 también está por encima de todos los promedios diarios y cancelaría el cruce plateado que se está a punto de dar a la baja en Rivian. Vamos a poner atención acá, se ve interesante la cosa. Alex, I'm ready, señor, for your base of the coin.
I'm doing Coinbase.
Yeah.
Wait, oh.
Look at me. I am the Coinbase now. Yo soy Coinbase. Yo soy el Coinbase.
Man, that Coinbase fucking taking Ethereum to a next level. Good for them.
Coinbase is like Vitalik, hold my beer.
It's like, Vitalik, please
quite
hold
funny
my
how-
beer in your purse.
I believe it was around last month, if not a month and a half ago, where all of the crypto Twitter influencers got together and they were shitting on Vitalik. Correct me, Alex, if I'm wrong.
No, that was right.
Around a month and a half ago, they all got together to shit on Vitalik and be like, Vitalik is retarded, Vitalik's a piece of shit. Ethereum's not doing anything, and
How'd that go?
he's to blame for it. Now we're probably gonna see some busting action based on what they said, and
When they said that, it
probably,
literally went up like 15% that week.
That's
they probably
normally how it
bottomed
works.
Ethereum.
Yep.
It's the same like Ross Gerber going at Elon Musk. Is all those guys doing the the spaces on Twitter for or X. I can't dead name it. Doing these spaces on X for Vitalik. Vitalik probably watched that and was like, you know what, hold my, what do Russians like? Hold my vodka. Coinbase right now, let's see what this week high is, 349.75, close 350. So we did close over our previous projected wick highs. Very cool. And we closed over the top 38.2%. As of right now, we haven't gotten wick to the top 38.2%. If we do see a move to the downside, this is the area where I would be looking to bid somewhere between this top 38.2% and this median, which is gives you a price range between $325 and about $268, which is a little bit wide. So if you were to be playing this area, I would be hesitant on using high leverage, because your entry would be a price range of about like $50. That is percentage wise about 17%. So you would probably put in your first entry, if you were split into four, somewhere around this area, and then the majority closer to this $270 area. So you get in either way if you do bottom at this 38.2%, but that would be your smallest buy. The majority you want closer to 270. And then if you get a close over about 382, then you can add in the rest of your buying from there if you do bottom at the 38.2%. Or right now, if you don't go to the 38.2% at all, you would wait for a monthly close over this $382 level. And then you would be safe to long. Monthly right now is flipped to the upside on momentum, very close to getting into the bullish control zone. We are making a higher high, so there is no possible bearish divergence here. Let's see right here. Higher high, and this is too far back to be considered for bearish divergence. Volatility right now is expanding with momentum to the upside, very closely getting into the bullish control zone. On the momentum, volatility is getting right to the 50%, very close to the busting action zone. Right when you get over the 50% is when the busting action starts. Right now, the monthly Drew has lost the sell signal and it's flipped onto a neutral signal. The last time we lost the sell signal and flipped neutral, we went to the 50% on the HPDR and slightly above it. Right now, we are at the 50% at about $350-ish. Let's see, time before there, we lost the sell signal. We don't have one. 2 weeks right now, getting very extreme levels on the HPDR, telling you very likely on the short term, you're going to see a pullback, which we are already seeing right now. We are currently down from the highs of around 7.75%. We are currently at extremes on momentum and volatility, with the drill curving around, giving the bicycle from the bearish control zone. Is there any divergence? What is the lows of this? 146, the lows of this, 172, 175. Yep, there is hidden bullish divergence because that is a higher low and lower low on momentum. And it has been confirmed. Pretty safe to say because you're already at the extreme areas on the HPDR. Go down a little bit. Weekly is starting to flip down on momentum with volatility also contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low. Let's zoom in a little bit. We did make a higher high on momentum, higher high on price, so there's no bearish divergence. Volatilities, I already mentioned that. Right now, if we do see a move to the downside, if we break this low current low of 334, I would be looking somewhere around that $300 round zone for that psychological level. And there is a decent chance that the bulls can hold it because that is a strong weekly support. And if they do bounce at that $300 zone and you do get a weekly a close above that 38.2% after tapping it, then I'd want to see it to be safe. 2 closures above that 38.2% after tapping it. But then from there, I would be targeting all-time highs, and I would be giving it a pretty high probability as well. And if we do get a move to the bottom, to the top 38.2%, very likely we will break this low on momentum. So that will give us a higher low on price, breaking a lower low on momentum, giving you hidden bullish divergence for that $400 zone. And the weekly is now very close to giving us a buy signal on the jewel. We are getting the pink and the yellow touching tips. On this next open, this is very likely going to cross. and that is below the bullish control zone. So the results should be quite powerful. Not as powerful as happening in the bearish control zone, but it's still pretty good. Pretty good, at least enough to get us towards the mid 400s. 5-day is also giving us that same dual signal with momentum to the downside and volatility contracting. If we lose this 61.8% at about $352, that's what will give us that move down to the lower 300s. 2 days currently flipped to the upside, interesting. However, we still are at extreme levels on the HPDR. So as long as price is below about $382, you should assume that it's bearish. And anything close to that $382 area, I would assume or take as a gift for shorts. Because if you were to short it right around here, this 88.3% zone, your risk is about 8.4% versus your reward is about, it's a little too high, too low, $300. Where is that? It's about 15%. So still pretty good, about 2 to 1, very close to 2 to 1. And then below 300 is about 270. So if you take it even conservative to 280, that's about 20%. That's very close to 3 to 1. Pretty good. Right now, your invalidation on that move to the downside is either getting a tick above 382 or a 2-day close above 372.50. Jewel right now is going back into the bullish control zone and flipping back into a buy signal. Is it giving you divergence? Let's zoom in. Made a lower low from this low here. Yep, hitting bullish divergence. Safe to say it's played out since you went up pretty massively. Daily is starting to flip back up on momentum. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Why did I say sorry? Daily starting to flip back up on momentum. I'm retarded. Flip back up on momentum right at the edge of the bullish control zone, getting back into the bullish control zone, breaking below all of these lows and making a higher low, giving you hidden bullish divergence. We are still below the moving average. It can't be considered expansion just yet, but very likely if you close above about $353.40 on this next open, it will confirm that expansion above that moving average. And volatility is also going to go into an expansion phase then. And at that point, at a minimum, you're going to be retesting these current highs at around $380 on this rally. That's not quite all-time highs, but very likely you're going to be retesting somewhere around these highs. And as long as you're below these highs, like personally, I think it's the logical trade that once you reach somewhere around the 78.6% to start entering shorts and put your stop loss in this area. Because even if we are bullish, there is a decent chance that we will reject in this area, and you could collect a couple of shekels off of this trade before you wait for the closure above this resistance, and then you can flip long. You can make money off of both sides at that point. Then you can swing both ways. Right now, the jewel is giving you a little bit of confluence with that idea that the closer we get towards that high, it's going to be an opportunity for a short because it is shifting into a sell signal on the jewel in the bullish control zone. Maybe Alex can post that Coinbase short. Let me give you the numbers.
Let's see.
Anywhere from here, so about 352 to about 368, and then your stop loss is $382 and let's say 50 cents, or $383. Yeah, $383.
He's on
your
it.
TP. Yeah, your TP1 is going to be about, let's do this 9 EMA at $340. TP2 is going to be $310.
Okay.
And TP3 is going to be $275.
Okay, I'll get that up.
All right, you got the stop losses, all right?
Yeah, you said entry 352 to 362?
369
So there's a 10
for the closure.
369. All right. Cool.
And you got the stop losses, all right?
Yep. No, I got it all.
All right, beautiful. And then everyone else got it for free as well.
Great. The good thing is not a lot of people are paying attention. They're like, wait, what did he say?
That's true. Hey, there's a benefit to watching these live classes,
That's right.
even on YouTube. Even on YouTube.
Or an X.
Yeah, on X. It sounds like a porn
All right,
site.
supposed
On the thank you, appreciate it. On the 4 hour, we are starting to get momentum flipping back up. It does make sense to flip to get a bounce from this area, considering how low we are. We came on momentum. We rarely get to these lows on momentum aside from at the very least local bottoms, if not macro bottoms. And we are still below the moving average, but how the candles look, if we do close above this projected high of about $353.50, very likely this momentum will flip back over the moving average. And we broke this low here while putting in a significantly higher low, giving us a pretty big drive and hitting bullish divergence, which would also confirm with a close over that $353.50 area. That would give us at a minimum target of hitting somewhere around this median, which would be right around $378. That would give us a beautiful fill of our short, and as long as we are below that median, we do have to assume this is going to be resistance until proven otherwise. And this is such a beautiful, beautiful short. If you're getting an entry at the median at around 370, then your risk is right here. Your risk is about 2.7% versus a reward of even at your TP1. It's around like 5 to 6%. So it's that even that's 2 to 1. And right now the 4 hour is very, very close to giving you a sell signal on the jewel with the pink just about to cross below the yellow. One, maybe maximum 2 closures, and this pink is going to cross below the yellow with a God mode sell signal on the jewel and dark blue sell signal. So very likely that bounce takes us up into somewhere around here, fills our shorts, and then dumps. But if it does get stopped out, you would wait for a 4 hour close, preferably 2 4 hour closes above this $383 level, and then you would just wait for a back test and then long into about 400s. Okay, now we switch into the RSI. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of miss the cats fucking with me while I'm live streaming.
Great.
Miss those little pendejos. Beautiful United States pattern on Coinbase on the monthly. I'll let you draw it out whenever I'm finished. Is there divergence here? No, there's a closing lower low. This is close of 178, and this is a close of 172. Yeah, so there's no hidden bullish divergence. That would have been nice if there was a hidden bullish divergence possible with that United States pattern. There's a higher high, so there's no divergence. This is 353, this is 343. 5 days got fresh, hidden bullish divergence confirmed on this last close. Interesting. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing over to $235. Your next move is into the critical zone, which right now sits at about 405. Oh, that $400 level, that beautiful $400 level. Muy hermoso $400 level. What a momentum. Interesting, no divergences on the low time frames. And then we will check the Coinbase Tether pairing, or the Coinbase Bitcoin pairing. All right, monthly is freshly flipped to the upside of momentum with volatility expansion from the lowest point ever, and we are going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over $271. And let me draw this. This monthly wick high to this monthly wick low. Oh, and he gives us a beautiful target of that $480 zone. Very cool. Another piece of influence for that. Coinbase seems to be pretty easy about bidding the 21. Bid the 21, move up. Let's measure. Bid to the 21 right here. Move up of around 116%. Bid of the 21 right here. Sure, it went a little bit lower. It went about 11% lower, but still move up about another move up of about 100%. Move for the bid of the 21 right here. Went lower about 27%, but still move up of roughly 100%. Seems pretty easy. Just bid the 21 monthly 21 EMA on Coinbase every time.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out with the leverage, however, because sometimes you can get a 20% move down. But if you're low leverage or slash spot, you can't go wrong with bidding the monthly 21 EMA. Even in the bear market, once you lose it, then that's when you can start shorting, and once you reclaim it, just flip on. Pretty simple. And on the monthly, you are maintaining the bullish control zone when you're flipping back up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. If only you had a higher low at this point, then you would have had hidden bullish divergence. 2 week is also flipped to the upside with volatility expansion. Volatility is only at 61%, so we can still continue on this rally before it gets topped out. And from this volatility expansion, we have gone up. Expanded after this candle, I believe. No, expanded after this one. So from this volatility expansion, we've gone up about 20. Oh, wow, it doesn't look like that much in the chart. That's almost 27%. And we're only at 61%, so we can still keep going up towards that $400 area. Our mean line's at roughly $414. Weekly, it's on a different chart. Weekly is also positioned to the upside with volatility expansion, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 336.55. 5 days also positioned to the upside as long as you're closing over $332.50. 2 days currently getting volatility expansion from 0%, getting a little high, but not quite topped out yet. And momentum is freshly flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 333. And what you're looking for right now on this close in 2.5 hours, if you're bullish, is you want to see this close over the 5 EMA. And if you can close over the 5 EMA, preferably close over about $349. That's what very likely will send you up towards the $400 zone. And right now, you do have hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day as well. Because you broke these lows while putting in a higher low. Is it confirmed? Let's see. You'll have to close over about 372.50 to confirm it. And that will be 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Pretty easy takes us to the 400s. Daily has now started contraction on volatility. Which extreme is this for? So this would be the double extreme. Double extreme has played out. And interestingly enough, just like always, the second extreme is usually what gives us the bigger move than the first one. Now, whatever extreme we get after this is going to be the first move, and then we will get a double extreme, usually likely in that same direction. Right now, for that double extreme to happen to the upside, we will need a close over about $382. Right now, momentum is pointed to the downside on the daily. The whole PM is that volatility is contracting from very extreme levels. The momentum is going to be down as long as you're closing below $370. 4 hours also is flipped to the downside with volatility contraction, very close to fully reset now. 4 hours now reclaimed all of our major EMAs. 4 hour right now is kind of technically giving me a long signal with reclaiming all of these major EMAs, and my entry would be this cluster of EMAs right here, right around $348. So I kind of do want to give out a short-term long as well with that long-term long. The short term would be this one, not for the academy. This one just for people listening. The entry would be somewhere around $348. I'd front run that, do that $350 because I'd just rather get in than worry about a couple bucks. I think the stop loss would be at about $330. TP1 is going to be at around $370. TP2 is going to be at about That's a little too close. I'll use this for your TP2. TP2 is going to be $400 I'll front run this level. And then TP3, the moon bag, will be at about $450.
So that's in case your other short also wouldn't play out, right? Because this is just continues to go.
Yeah, I think it's a short doesn't play out.
Yeah.
So now you've got hedge position.
Yeah, of course.
Beautiful, the most sophisticated trading ever.
Look at us.
Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought? Not me.
Not me either. Nice.
All right, so the high time frames on Coinbase are starting to shift extremely bullish. Before they were slightly bullish, cautiously bullish. Now they are very bullish, especially since we closed the monthly over our previous projected wick high. We freshly flipped momentum to the upside. We're getting volatility expansion from the lowest level ever. We have hidden bullish divergences across the board now. Coinbase is looking more bullish than Bitcoin, to be honest. And Coinbase, based on the low time frames with momentum shifting down, and we're getting to very extreme levels in the HPR, it is very likely that we do see a short-term move to the downside. And ideas for where that downside move can go, you can look at your four-hour charts for that. And to get ideas, that would be somewhere around your cluster of EMAs, which is based on which is why I gave that long signal right now. Your 9 and 5, your 5 EMA has freshly crossed over the 9 EMA, which is your short, faster EMA crossing above your slower one, and usually that gives you a nice little pump skew when that happens. You did get a nice little green dildo from there, and then you get a nice, assuming you are bullish, you get a nice back test of those EMAs, and then you use that as spring upwards. So right now, those EMAs sitting somewhere around that $350 zone is going to be a very likely a nice spring upwards. And if we are going to be bullish, we won't break this wick low. So the risk is very, very small in terms of in comparison with the reward. So if you measure it from the EMAs, you go down to the wick low, you're risking about 4%. Versus your first TP is somewhere around 6.5%, almost 2 to 1. Your TP2 at around $400 is around 15%. That is close to 4 to 1. And then your TP3 at that 450 level is around 29 to 30%. And that's about well, I can't really do the math. 5, 6, 7, 8 to 1, more than 8 to 1. Some ridiculous number. It's pretty insane. Rarely will get setups that good. And on the other hand, you are hedged. So the closer you get to around $360, you're going to start hedging into a short. And then your stop loss is going to be this wick high. So if this long does happen to get stopped out, you're going to take a very, very, very small, minute loss. But your short is going to be in profit, and then you end up printing on that. But if this long plays out, your short is going to take a very, very, very minute loss, and then your long will print. So either way, you're going to make money. It's very difficult to get these setups in trading where you're set either way, and you're going to make money either way. Very, very difficult. And whenever you get the possibility of these setups, you should always take it. You kind of lobotomize if you don't take one of these setups because of how rare they are and how high the probability is of you winning. This is what I was doing mainly these trades whenever we were in Dubai for the Token 2024 event. I was just mainly doing the hedge positions so I would win either way, and that was a very good month. I ended up getting myself a new timepiece, like sophisticated gentlemen say. Timepiece.
You bought a nice little Casio with the calculator included.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, the gold Casio calculator. That's one of the most bitchin' timepieces you can get. All the women will go crazy over the Casio calculator. They're like, bro,
you're always flexing on me.
Are you gay?
Always. I tell them to tuck it away when I bring my girl around. Tuck it away, fine.
Well, yeah,
your girlfriend's coming over. Put that shit away.
You don't want people knowing that you're like that, that you got it like that. That's good. That's smart.
Yeah, once they see the Casio calculator, they're gonna know that you're hung.
Like a motherfucking horse.
You gotta put some respect on the Casio calculator.
That's right.
Rolexes are for gays. All right.
By the way, that is
So-
the biggest inverse head and shoulders I've ever seen in my life. I can't believe I didn't realize that.
On what time
before.
frame?
That right there. Are you fucking kidding?
Yeah.
The look. All the way on the left, it's the first shoulder from the first candle to the all the way on the left. Literally the first candle on the left.
Oh, I see it now.
Oh, I see. Oh shit. Yeah,
see
I see.
Boom,
I've
the
never
head.
like
seen
a
anything
retard
like
now.
that. Yeah, well,
feel
me,
like a
me
retard.
too. I stared at this chart forever.
I use this.
That's
over
it.
here.
That's literally it. It's gonna be
You guys,
huge. dude.
it's a straight.
1200.
I
No,
can't
it's
tell.
like
Is this line
700.
straight?
Yeah, it's straight. It's
Yeah,
straight.
it is.
1200 maybe 1300. Make
Oh,
your
1200,
guess.
you said.
Let's
Be
see.
conservative and put it right here.
Consensus. Oh, I was way off.
665. So roughly about 600 to 700. Let's say 650 to be safe.
That's on a
pretty
monthly
fucking
chart.
high.
Yep.
That's
Look
pretty
at
fucking
volatility,
high.
momentum pointing up.
Do you guys remember that hidden bullish divergence target of 680?
It's coming,
Our-
dude. That's what happens when you
Interesting.
create a new Swift system. Who would have thought so?
Interesting.
foolish.
So are the Academy shorts fully filled?
Mm-hmm.
Fully. And
On
now what's
Coinbase?
this? No,
No,
on
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
Alright.
Down
So
almost
on
1%. So we'll see.
Base. The boys stay printing.
Always.
Post the
Go ahead, sir.
and make sure if you take these trades and especially if you got them for free, the least you can do is go on the Discord and post your PNLs and tag us. I'd like to see that.
Oh yeah, same.
Please do that.
I would
The least
suggest
you can do. The least you can do for me is if I give you a free trade and you're not on the alerts. The least you can do is show me your PNL. Doesn't take
That's
that
right.
much work to take a screenshot. Don't be lazy.
Your demands are not too crazy.
Not too much. I just wanted to look at it. All right. So I'll get back to what I was saying. On the monthly, it's the high time frames, the monthly, it's starting to look extremely bullish. You have closed over the previous wick high. You have put in hidden bullish divergence. You put in many drives of hidden bullish divergence. You have volatility expanding from the lowest level ever. You have momentum flipped up on basically every time frame except for the low time frames. Actually, I believe 4 hours flipped up as well. Let me make sure. No, the low 4 hours also is flipped down. So every single time frame except the low time frames are currently flipped to the upside. Based on the low time frames flip down, I do think you're going to get a short term move down, along with hitting extreme levels on the HPDR. And I do think that move to the downside is going to be an opportunity for a move up. That would be somewhere around that 300 and let me give you the exact number. Around that $340 to $350 area. I do think that it's going to be an opportunity for a buy zone, regardless if we're bullish or we're bearish. I think we are going to bounce in that zone. And the closer we get to around $360, I do think that we should start scaling the shorts, whether we're bullish or bearish. I do think that's a trade worth taking. And just because I think we should take the short doesn't mean I think we should close the long. You should hold them both, and it's a very easy concept to understand why you're benefited to hold both. Only really like lobotomized idiots can't seem to grasp this concept. So your long is active from that 340 area, and then once you approach 360s, and the reason you're taking that long is that 340 area because your stop loss is so close to that area, and it's such a high probability area for a bounce. Probabilities are in your favor. So you're going to take that long, and if that long does, and you're going to approach your resistance at around 360, you're going to take your short there. And then if your long does get stopped out and you reject that resistance zone at 360, then you've taken a very, very slight loss on your long, like maybe 3%, 4%. Okay, cool. You've taken a 3-4% hit. It's not fun to take a 3-4% loss, but you've shorted resistance. So now your short is up and your profit is now covering up for your loss and then some. And then on the opposite hand, if you break through your $383 level, you've taken a slight loss on your short, a couple of percent, maybe 3-4%, you've taken a slight loss. but your long from that $340 area is up bigly. So now you've replaced that loss and then some. So this is kind of like the ultimate trade. This is like ultimate trading. This is like trading as the one. Whenever Neo could see everything in code, it's like this is the equivalent of that. And the invalidation right now is getting either a tick below about $142 or a weekly close below about $235. Yeah, those are both pretty difficult. This is what happens whenever things go straight up.
When
Is
everything is
that
bullish
if
as
either
fuck.
one, yeah, if either one of those two things happens, then this is going to break down and this is going to look very ugly and probably going to go below $100. But I don't think that's going to happen. I'm leaning more towards the bullish side.
Very nice. Anything else you'd guys like to add? Already 4 hours and 12 minutes.
Not much. Hope I feel better soon. I'm feeling quite terrible.
Yeah, feel better, buddy. You just don't eat ice cream for whatever it's worth it. Trust me, dude. It's been quite a few days. Do not eat
I'll probably eat some terrible food though.
Damn it, it's the same thing. All righty. Well, everyone will be alert on everything. Thank you so much, boys. Good luck with everything at the house.
Yes.
Thank you
boys.
very much.
To you, Alex.
Yes. I'll
Have
see
a
you
good
boys
one.
on the.
Feel better, buddy.
Muchos
Talk soon.
gracias.
Hasta
Buenas
luego.
tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Güey, estamos viendo la tabla de Coinbase, damas y caballeros. Denme un segundo, voy a quitarme los audífonos, no los necesito más. Ya puedo escuchar mis propios pensamientos. Aquí los tengo. Vale. Un segundo. Ok. Vientos. Andamos viendo la tabla de Coinbase. Quiero que vean esto. Esto es el patrón de hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso más grande que he visto en toda mi vida. Y se me había escapado. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y la línea literalmente la puedes poner acá arriba, la puedes poner acá, la voy a poner acá conservadormente, pero ya lo tenemos. La medida de este movimiento debería ser alcista a los 657. Ya lo había dibujado y todo. Y la razón por qué lo medí fue por la tasa y la agarradera, pero es un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Más allá de eso, vean volatilidad de Coinbase. Venimos del punto más bajo de la tabla con una súper expansión a 52%. No deberíamos de encontrar resistencia hasta el 71% o tal vez el 82%, y a Coinbase le gusta estar en extremos. Vamos a poner atención acá. La razón por la que esto es tan alcista es porque literalmente JP Morgan Chase está usando a Coinbase como su sistema SWIFT. Ok, entendámoslo a través de Base, la L2 de Coinbase que tienen en Ethereum. Así que hagan sus apuestas sabiendo eso. Con eso dicho y hecho, podemos ver que tenemos este máximo de toda la historia y desde entonces habíamos hecho máximos más bajos, sobre todo después de todo era para abajo. Pero una vez que nos trepamos en esta línea, hemos estado haciendo mínimos más altos y también altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Estamos en una tendencia alcista, potente, presente e influyente en Coinbase. No sé, no encontré otra palabra que rimara con ente. También al mismo tiempo estamos al del 50%, tengo aquí mi línea meme, de poder romper ese 50% en los 356, tu siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 442. Aquí tenemos dos trades que estamos dando a toda la gente que son miembros de los alertas, y también pues ya los dijo Farhan, a los que entiendan y estén poniendo atención, así que atentos. Que exactamente es lo que esperaríamos. 324 podría ser una zona de corrección interesante para el precio de Coinbase rápido. ¿Por qué lo decimos? Por esto. Puedes ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo acá, no viene del punto más bajo, no viene del 15%, pero aún así está expandiendo, está en 61.82%. De poder romper el 70.56%, me da más altas probabilidades de ir a ese a este 90%. Y eso significaría que la expansión de precio podría llegar a este 100%, que está en los 430, 426. Ya vieron dónde estamos. Al estar en la de 2 semanas también por acá, nos dice que puede haber simplemente un poco de consolidación, lo que se abre para darnos 2 trades, uno para largo y uno para corto. Lo mismo ocurre acá. Veníamos de literalmente ser rechazados de arriba del 88.3%, entre el 88 y el 95%, lo que nos dio más probabilidades de detenernos a consolidar un poco por acá, dejar que todo suba. Volatilidad está expandiendo en toda esta subida de precio, por lo que volatilidad está apuntando a la alza. Y volatilidad junto con momentum están apuntando a la alza en todas las temporalidades, menos en la de 4 horas, para que lo sepan. Diaria llegamos al 97% y desde entonces hemos estado consolidando y aquí pueden ver dónde está la oportunidad grande. Venimos a tocar el promedio del 9 por acá en los 334 y aquí abajo está el promedio del 9 y estamos justamente retesteando el promedio del 5. El promedio del 5 está donde está esta línea meme, lo pueden ver acá. Si podemos sobrepasar este promedio del 5 en los 353, lo que nosotros estamos haciendo y lo que les mandamos para la gente, aquí está gratis para todos los que lo están viendo, es esta zona de interés para abrir un long, ¿no? Lo puedes abrir acá para no perdértela o lo puedes abrir acá con una invalidación sencilla por debajo de esta vela de los 338 o de esta en los 334. Este long te va a servir por si no va a haber un retroceso más grande y vas a tener el putazo a la alza, ¿ok? Y nuestro objetivo serían por acá, bueno, ya los mandamos en Discord, ¿no? Tienes el primero, lo pones en el 78.6% en los 368, el segundo lo pones por acá con este máximo y el tercero lo pones justamente donde está esta línea meme en los 429. Ahora, hay un counter trade a esto y la razón por la que hay un counter trade es para hacer un buen hedge. Estos son los mejores trades porque si te equivocas, tu error de arriba o abajo es mínimo y aparte estás protegido en ambas situaciones. No sé por qué había puesto esta línea ahí, pero claramente funciona muy bien. 4 horas, volatilidad no está expandiendo, momentum está apuntando para abajo y nos está rechazando el promedio, la media. Ahora, el promedio del 9 nos debería aguantar. Ya nos aguantó el primer putazo para abajo en los 351. De no aguantar, la perfecta entrada está acá en los 346 para ese long. Y tu invalidación está aquí abajo, bastante sencilla. De acá para acá no hay mucho. Ahora, de poder ganar esto, vas a tener también otro trade en el lado corto. ¿Por qué? Porque al venir acá ya vieron lo cansado que está el precio en diferentes temporalidades. Puedes agarrar esto como tu invalidación, entrar en corto justamente en los 377 o en los 370, depende cómo lo estés viendo tú, y aprovechar un ajuste probablemente a este nivel en los 340 y de no darse y perder esto y solamente se continúa tu long dándole, pues da igual, aquí tu margen de pérdida es muy, muy pequeño. Lo voy a poner en la diaria para que se vea sencillo. Voy a quitar el HPDR. No se confundan, porque les tiramos 2 trades, no es que no sepamos para dónde va el precio, es que hay 2 oportunidades, ¿ok? Esto es un patrón alcista, como lo quieran ver, con altos más altos, bajos más altos en todos lados. Coinbase trae mucha, mucha, mucha fuerza. Lo único que nos falta para poder dar continuación a la alza es poder romper ese promedio del 5, que está a punto de hacerlo, literalmente ahorita es esta línea verde que se está doblando así. Está a punto de hacerlo, de poder lograrlo. Esto va a continuar y nos dará entrada en nuestro corto también. Espero que el long ya lo haya dado, pero si no aquí en los 450 sería la oportunidad máxima, pero también puedes entrar acá y empezar a llevártelo. La cosa es la invalidación, obviamente ya está más lejos. Pero hay un trade de los dos lados, simplemente para que lo sepan. Y con eso podemos dar por terminado todo esto, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tienen. ¡Qué día! ¡Qué día! Espero que les haya gustado, espero que hayan aprendido algo, espero que hayan sacado todos los trades que pusieron estos tíos básicamente gratis en la mesa para todos ustedes. Bueno, para todos nosotros. Yo también entro en sus trades porque me hacen el trabajo más fácil. No tengo que buscar como pinche crack invalidaciones, ni tampoco entradas ni salidas. Ellos me lo hacen todo. Y operamos con cuidado. Pongan un ojo en Tesla. Tesla y Rivian están en un punto bastante crítico con esos promedios bastante cercanos a ellos. Coinbase se ve bastante fuerte y sólido. SP500 tiene cara de solidez, solamente una pequeña, tal vez un movimiento para abajo para después dar continuación a la alza. Pero todo se ve muy alcista, honestamente, en todos lados, sobre todo con el dólar bajando. Es todo lo que habíamos hablado. Continúa tal cual. Espero que todo nos llegue a esos máximos históricos, aprovechar esa oportunidad y de ahí aprovechar la oportunidad al otro lado. Así que ahí lo tienen. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Muchísimas gracias por estar por acá. Se les aprecia muchísimo. Pórtense bien y cualquier cosa, los vemos por acá. Un abrazote y gracias, tíos. Oigan, muchas gracias. 8 de la mañana, nos vamos del en vivo. No